USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is continuing his Middle East trip. The Secretary in Qatar continuing talks on a potential ceasefire for the war in Gaza. This comes after the terrorist group Hamas proposed amendments to the ceasefire proposal laid out by the United States, including a timeline for the ceasefire as well as a complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. But Blinken says the war will go on after they could not agree to some of the changes.
Hamas has proposed numerous changes to the proposal that was on the table. We discussed those changes last night with Egyptian colleagues and today with the Prime Minister. Some of the changes are workable, some are not.
8 suspected terrorists with potential ties to ISIS have been arrested in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. USA's John Schaefer has the scary details. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The 8 men, all from Tajikistan, were apprehended over the weekend. They had been under surveillance by the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and were arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. All 8 men entered the country through the southern border. Currently, they face immigration charges but have not yet been charged with any specific terror plot.
Republican lawmakers are reacting after holding a deposition against former New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo regarding his response to the COVID-19 pandemic Tuesday. New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik discusses Cuomo's testimony, saying she felt he was mostly deflecting blame and pointing fingers at others.
He also went so far as to say that his senior staff, when they suggested other members to lie on depositions, he made it a point to say suggesting to lie is not perjury. So he is complicit to obstructing justice.
This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Family members of the 5 Marines who died in a 2022 Osprey helicopter crash are attending a hearing on Capitol Hill Wednesday. The families sued the manufacturer last month after the Marines died in a crash just west of the California border during a training exercise. The FBI is releasing a love letter and other documents in Gabby Petito's case, some 350 pages of documents including a receipt for a gun bought by her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, and journal entries of his thoughts of suicide have been made public by the FBI in the case of Gabby Petito. Petito was 22 years old when she was killed by her fiancé, 23-year-old Laundrie, in the summer of 2021 while the couple was on a road trip in Wyoming. It's going to be hard to swallow this news as we learn Joey Chestnut will not be allowed to chow down on hot dogs during a world-famous contest on July 4th. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Joey Chestnut, unofficially at 71. That would be a record here. They just threw him another one, 72 unofficial.
Well, that was on ESPN back in 2017, and this is now. 16-time hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest on July 4th out on Coney Island after he signs a deal with rival brand Impossible Foods, which sells a vegan wiener.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
And with that, it's go time. Or shall we say, showtime. Let's get the party started. Made it through hump day, so it's rolling toward the weekend. All right, so we got a Thursday, or a Friday Eve, as we like to call it, right? Welcome, welcome. I am Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another quiet night outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Clear skies, 67 degrees. Downright gorgeous. Looking good. All right, so we've got all the latest updates. Crisis averted. Industry headlines coming your way shortly. Of course, we start things off with our traveler's weather. Brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Knucklebuster, you got out of Miami in good time, because things really got ugly on Wednesday. Wow. Have you seen some of the video coming in? Let's start right there. The good news at this hour is there's still tons of rain. Southern Florida, Key West, you're in the deluge. You've been for hours and hours on end. But the heaviest rains are now, pretty much south of Miami. Yeah, really, it's just, you got the torrential rains right there between southern Florida and Cuba. It's raining in Havana. But what we saw, vehicles were stranded, roads were transformed into rivers across southern Florida this past day, including around Fort Lauderdale and Miami. As the forecast tropical deluge inundated the region, let me get to some of these numbers. I mean, it's off the rails, widespread flooding. Some of the worst conditions occurring north of Miami, where a very rare flash flood emergency was issued by the National Weather Service, stating this particularly dangerous situation started to unfold ahead of the Wednesday evening commute just hours ago. As of 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, nearly 20 inches of rain had fallen in Hollywood and Hallandale Beach, according to the AccuWeather ambient weather stations. That's nearly double the historical average for the entire month of June, and well above the 11.94 inches that had fallen in that region thus far this year, from January through May. Wednesday afternoon's heavy rain in southeast Florida follows flooding reported on the west coast of the state yesterday. The Sarasota Bradenton Airport actually set a new preliminary record for 1 hour of rain, nearly 4 inches. It was official 3.93 inches of rain between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Over 13 inches of rain was reported at one weather station there. The surge of tropical moisture is going to continue to traverse across southern Florida tonight and through the day ahead. Thursday, the heaviest of the thunderstorms may produce rainfall rates in the 3 to 5 inches per hour range. Moving over to the, I believe this is from the Weather Channel, as the National Weather Service was urging residents stay indoors, stay off the roads, stay away from the fast-moving waters. Flood warnings for parts of 4 South Florida counties, including Miami-Dade, will continue until 8 a.m. this Thursday morning. This is complicating air travel in and out of the region. Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport told would-be travelers that their entrances and exits were underwater, flooded. As of this past evening, 284 flights out of or into that airport have been canceled. At Miami International, the number of cancellation was a combined 326, according to FlightAware. Started at 9:30, got bumped to 12:30, got bumped to 3:30, got bumped to 6:30. I'm going to miss all my connecting flights, and I'm stuck here with like a foot of rain falling down, according to one traveler there in southern Florida. The Highway Patrol shutting down part of southbound Interstate 95 in Broward County Wednesday afternoon. First responders in Hollywood near Fort Lauderdale rushing to trapped motorists late this past afternoon. We're receiving calls of some people stuck in their vehicles. They've driven into flooded roadways. Governor DeSantis has declared an emergency for Broward, Collier, Lee, Miami-Dade, and Sarasota counties there. That allows for state aid. The cities of Miami and Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood have also issued emergency declarations. They were telling residents, do not drive unless absolutely necessary. Seek higher ground if needed. Now, they said if your vehicle stalls, people inside should immediately abandon them to avoid being swept away with the vehicle. As of late Wednesday afternoon, cities and other locales across the region recording more than a half a foot of rain over the previous 48 hours. It was 11.28 inches at Fort Lauderdale Airport, 7.5 at the Miami Airport, 8 inches at Fort Myers. The hours of continuous rain have rendered pumps nearly useless because the equipment has nowhere to send that excess water. There's so much water that the pumps really don't have a lot of places for it, the water to go. The early June downpours follow the warmest May on record in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, and Naples. A record-breaking 8 inches of rain hit Florida's west coast in 3 hours' time, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So rare was Tuesday's rain between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. in Sarasota that it should be expected. They say this is a every 500 to 1,000 year sort of event. Okay, so flooding concerns. All right, we move elsewhere around the country. Not much happening tonight. It's really a great night to be rolling up and down the interstates. There is concern about maybe some stronger storms in the day ahead. Tonight we do have a pocket, a cluster of showers and thunderstorms pretty much focused on north-central portions of Wisconsin. They are not reaching the severe threshold. Some of them are prompting some flash flood warnings, though, with the torrential rains. As we progress into the day ahead Thursday, the threat of severe storms, many packing high winds, will be extending from southern Michigan and northern Ohio all the way back to eastern Colorado and southeast Wyoming. However, the extent and the position of the severe weather zone is going to depend on some of these thunderstorms overnight tonight that would maybe more like stabilize the atmosphere. Some of our major Midwest airport hubs, Chicago, Detroit, St. Louis, may be affected later in the day today. As these storms approach and roll through the airspace of these airports, we could see ground stops issued. Some airline delays and flight cancellations will mount. Looking ahead to Friday, thunderstorms again will likely erupt in parts of the Northeast. At the very least, a few of those could become severe with some strong winds. By the time the front reaches the Great Lakes in the Northeast, it might not have a whole lot of moisture left to work with, since the influx of Gulf of Mexico moisture may be blocked by that zone of high pressure from the lower Mississippi Valley to the Carolina coast Thursday into Friday. Some of these stronger storms may just bring brief downpours and, in some cases, very little to maybe even no rain. But more stronger storms are forecast to erupt further to the west over parts of the high plains late on Friday. As we head into the weekend, large hail, strong winds will be the main threats Friday. Strongest storms could produce a few tornadoes there. But headed into the summer season, an atmospheric setup like this can pose the risk for powerful, long-lasting squall lines or derechos, straight-line wind gusts over a broad area. They've been kind of highlighting that for several days, but that's the pattern that's going to kind of be setting up next week. We'll have more on the flooding in southern Florida. Finally, a bit of a break from the heat. Well, you saw a few days of cooler temperatures out west. Another surge in the heat comes on into the weekend, but then a big-time cool-off comes your way next week. We're going to shift the heat wave from the west coast over to the east coast. First heat wave of the season for the east, as a matter of fact. Well, good morning from the city of brotherly love. Philly Dan checks in. Jacob says, hello, Mr. Summers, 67 degrees in Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. Marianne is in the house. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. There's Pappy. Are you ready to go back to work? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and that means the overnight drive is about to hammer down with Mr. Steve Summers at the helm. 62 degrees in Harrison, Ohio, on the far south side of southwestern Ohio. Beautiful day, beautiful night, absolutely beautiful day here in Cincinnati. Hey, the two-time world champion manure hauler is 1 year older. Happy birthday, Monkey Gouger. Time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever, heat up that cup of joe, or you can do like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Shorty says we're running late tonight. Had to get 2 tires put on the trailer we picked up. We are I-95 southbound at the South Carolina-Georgia line. 76 degrees, though. Orlando turnaround number 2 underway. Tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve-O and the gang. It's 88 degrees here in Barstow, California. I've about had enough of the fruits and nuts for a week. I'm ready to get back to western Tennessee, where I can get a glass of southern sweet tea. We're headed that way. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Safe travels. That's a long journey, right? California to Tennessee. All right, we've got Kevin who says, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Did we mention Mariette is in the house? Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe, 65, Platkill, New York. It's round number 3 to Schenectady. Hopefully, I'll get my truck back today. Cripshot in the house already. Good morning. Looking forward to a great show and weather. Howdy, all the truckers out there. Please be safe. Very good. What do we have? Good morning from Dave. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drivers. 80 degrees, clear here, deep in the heart of Texas tonight. Just another day in paradise. Be safe, and God bless. Rubber Duck, what do we got here? Oh, boy. We're back home tonight. Just got to meet the grandson's football team and coach. Guess who was like an hour late? Not the truck driver. His boss made it happen. Guess who coached? Yeah, unfortunately, me. I broke 3 fights up with one kid. Bad News Bears got nothing on what they gave us. Help! I'm all in to take the kids, make these kids freaking great. Bull Hauler, Lauren Weiss, that was the shove I needed. The kids they didn't want will become the kids they say, shoot, he did that. There is Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion Bull Hauler. Good morning, Steve. 80 in central Iowa tonight. Yeah, the heat is building, by the way, into the central states. They've been telling us that heat wave out west and down to the Four Corners region. We are beginning to see heat advisories over in southeastern portions of Colorado. Heat advisories for the upcoming day through much of central and eastern Kansas, northwestern Missouri. Things warming up there, but yeah, meanwhile, back to Lauren Weiss. Joey Chestnut sold his soul to the woke fake meat mob. Yeah, he's endorsing a vegan hot dog. Yeah, I ate some hot dogs in salute to the American League of Eating for banning him from competition. Anyway, back to my monologue. Got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for yet another high-speed trip deep into the heart of Dixie. And a special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Corn Patch tonight. It is 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight, where it's a steamy 76 degrees. He said it's going to be blistering here for the next few days. And our pool is out of condition due to a split in the liner, which was caused by a defect. I've got the company who put it in coming out tomorrow to see how much warranty is going to pay for it. You bought it in May of 2021. It had a 3-year full replacement, after which it gets prorated. Now, it's been leaking for a while, but it's taken me weeks to get someone out here. We shall see. But got to get up early to unload and reload, plus a couple of errands that'll take up most of the day, so I'll catch the rest of the show via the podcast. Oh, and my son had to put his Australian Shepherd, Kylie, down this past day. Broke the family's hearts. Now, she was almost 16 years old, lived a great life. But as everyone knows, it really rips a hole in your heart. He was there with her until the end, said it was the hardest thing he's ever been through. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yes, they're truly family. It's like you're losing a family member. Gilligan, good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. I'm at the GMA&B&S Enterprises skyscraper tonight, overlooking the city lights of the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. Mostly clear here, 64 degrees, according to the weather station, 70 stories up. Well, more like 7 feet up, but everybody keep it shiny side up out there. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas, on the road again. Right, the Big Tipper is loaded, and we're headed for Wichita. All right, Robert Duck says, was that Pappy that tased that Reds fan? I saw that video. You know, sometimes we see it when these fans get out there and they get a little too much liquid courage in them. You know, they think it's a bright idea to run out on the field. This guy ran out to shake the hand of one of the players, first of all. There's the cops trying to chase him down. He stops and literally he jumps up and does a backflip and then takes off running again. But that's when the taser hit him. That was a rude awakening. Down he went on the field out there. So, and I guess, the rest of the day. Now, that wasn't Pappy, but those damn skullbusters do that to you, don't they? All right, coming up, we'll get to our news break just ahead here. Yes, the phone lines are open. If you'd like to jump on board, it is 844-844-3388. I shared a video from someone there in the Atlanta area that was stopped at a stoplight as that pursuit of the stolen bus was passing through the intersection this past day. Yeah, the commentary's kind of comical. Just a couple of good old rednecks there in central Georgia. But the bus goes flying through the intersection with all the right-tires flattened from the spike tips. But it was just the number of law enforcement that was behind. It seemed like they would never stop coming through. I mean, so I'm assuming the chase had been going on for quite some time by the time they got to that point in the chase. Well, we got an update this past day. The individual that is now being held, Joseph Grier, who has now been charged with murder and more than a dozen counts of kidnapping. They gave us more details. He was hiding inside a Wells Fargo during what was the Peachtree Center mall shooting that occurred just hours earlier. And we'll tell you more about that bizarre story coming up here. So good to have you on board. Again, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson criticized President Biden's border policies, claiming they allow dangerous illegal immigrants to enter the country. Johnson addressed reporters Wednesday following reports that 8 men with potential ties to ISIS are in custody after crossing the southern border. He expressed concerns about possible terrorist cells within the U.S. and urged Biden to issue more executive orders to curb the flow of illegal immigrants. The White House has not disclosed whether President Biden would commute his son Hunter Biden's sentence. Press Secretary Karine Jean Jean-Pierre declined to comment on whether the president would consider this, though she did reference his earlier statements indicating he would not pardon his son. Imperial Beach in San Diego has been identified as the most polluted beach in the nation. A new study by the Surfrider Foundation, which analyzed over 9,000 samples from 567 sites, found that Imperial Beach had the highest levels of unsafe bacteria in the water. John Schaefer, USA News.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, ready to kick off a brand new day. What do we turn to the page on the calendar? 13th day of June. Mid-month already. Wow. Hello to Big John, who says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Everybody be safe. The weekend just around the corner. I wonder if Ron's Roost is still around. Get some of that great chicken. Have a great week, your friend Big John. Yes, indeed, Ron's Roost is still kicking. That's a very popular joint. All right, back to the bus chase. How bizarre. So the guy now charged with hijacking the bus spoke to a news outlet in Atlanta, 11 Alive, this past day, and recounted how he saw a confrontation between the suspect and two women before shots rang out at the Peachtree Center mall shooting. 3 people were shot in that incident. Now, he also told reporters he's diagnosed as bipolar, and he'd been off his medication for several weeks, and, well, I guess he described it as a manic episode. So several hours after the shooting, which I guess he's trying to say that kind of set him off, his brain, he went bonkers. Hijacked the commuter bus in downtown Atlanta. Yeah, he's accused now of fatally shooting one person, then led police on that chase through ultimately 3 counties. So he now faces more than 24 criminal charges, including murder. He was taken into custody after police finally got the bus to stop in suburban DeKalb County. Then he was booked into the Fulton County Jail early this past morning. He's being held without bond. Online jail records didn't list a lawyer who could comment on the charges, and relatives who might be able to comment could not be identified. Atlanta police say they responded just after 4:30 Tuesday to that report of gunfire on a bus and a possible hostage situation. When they arrived about a minute later, confronting the suspect, that's when he forced the bus driver at gunpoint to drive off. Then the chase was on. Television news helicopter footage showing that bus striking multiple vehicles during that subsequent chase, crossing into the wrong side of the road with police in pursuit. Eventually stopped miles away in neighboring DeKalb County. Ultimately, he was led off the bus in handcuffs. 17 individuals who were on that bus, so I'm assuming it's 17 counts of kidnapping in what was just a bizarre situation. Now, there was another scenario, totally separate, involving an 18-wheeler, which was a stolen vehicle that also prompted an aggressive chase and ultimately a standoff on Interstate 205. The man who allegedly stole that vehicle made his first court appearance. Jesus Ernesto Sanchez was arrested Monday afternoon of this week after stealing a commercial vehicle in Vancouver, Washington, starting a police chase, ramming a police car, then engaging in a standoff before finally being taken into custody. According to KGW8, Night Transportation reported a tractor-trailer stolen, prompting police to locate the vehicle. When officers tried to box it in, that's when Sanchez rammed their vehicles, including one officer, and drove away. Then the pursuit was onto Interstate 84, then northbound on I-205, where they successfully deployed the spike strips. But the rig continued riding on the rims. The driver finally stopped in Clark County and then engaged in a standoff that lasted about 40 minutes. Both Sanchez and a passenger were initially arrested, but officers later released the unnamed passenger. But this guy has an extensive criminal history in Washington, Oregon, and Nevada. Had an active warrant in Washington for a DUI arrest back in 22. His history of charges in Nevada include car theft, domestic battery, unlawful possession of a firearm, and DUI, all that between 2013 and 2019. So now facing charges including felony coercion, DUI, assault and criminal trespass, and more. Oregon charges from this year included a first-degree burglary and criminal mischief, and an active warrant related to second-degree burglary, criminal mischief, and theft of services. It's another one of these scenarios where you wonder, why is this guy on the street with all these active warrants? With that criminal history and then the conduct discussed in the probable cause statement, Your Honor, says the prosecutor, we view this defendant as both a flight risk and a significant danger to the community safety. Our bail request here will be $200,000, and we'll ask the court to set supervised release at the intensive level. During his court appearance, the judge granted prosecutors that request for $200,000 bail, according to the judge, based on the probable cause finding and that somewhat extraordinary presentation made as relayed by the state, a very extensive criminal history that's somewhat alarming. And most alarming of all is the events from the past day, where he shut down a major interstate in both directions for a very substantial period of time. Based on that, I think there is a significant public safety factor that justifies the state's request. Why was he on the streets to begin with, right? All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. We move over to the state of Pennsylvania, where the Department of Transportation is asking drivers to expect a long-term closure following a bridge strike in Troy Township this past day. Late this past morning, the bridge carrying Route 6 over Sugar Creek in Troy Township, Pennsylvania. Images shared from the scene showing the truck's oversized load came partially off the trailer and was lodged in the bridge structure. WETM reports the item being transported was an empty water tank used in natural gas drilling. Now, PennDOT later in the day advised Route 6 closed in both directions, and it's expected to be a long-term closure. I guess there was pretty significant damage to the bridge there. I don't think that's a major route, like an interstate sort of thing, but just a kind of a local bridge that takes traffic across the creek there. Here a few days ago, that was last week, I believe it was Horse Feathers was asking about some of these super loads that have been rolling from the Ohio River up into the Columbus, Ohio area. Word this past day, now there are super loads, and then there is what they call several extra large superloads, the first of which will begin its journey to central Ohio coming up this weekend on Sunday. The load will leave Adams County Sunday along the Ohio River and arrive at the new Intel plant in New Albany sometime next week. But you talk about a big load. According to WBNS, the load is one of 4 air processors called a cold box heading to the plant, which is used in the chip manufacturing process, and it weighs 916,000 pounds and measures in it 20 feet wide and 23 feet tall. The load is expected to have a considerable impact on traffic as it moves through the state in its week-long journey. Drivers are advised to avoid the route that's going to be taken by this load when possible. They do have the planned route you can find on the internet, but they do say they're expecting crowds of people to line the street, spectators, due to the sheer size of this load. Ohio DOT urges viewers stay out of the way of the commercial vehicles and the work crews and obey their instructions. It's not yet clear when the other 3 extra large superloads will be departing. There are reportedly 12 superloads in total that'll be headed to that plant. Now, some of the other superloads, not quite as big as this, have already made their journey there into central Ohio. But 916,000 pounds, what a monster! Well, let's check in with the two-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. How the heck are you?
Good morning, Steve. I'm doing great, man. Hey, you were talking about just a minute ago about that little boy up there in Vancouver, Washington, and he was wanted on all them warrants. And I had down in Carthage where we live, it'll be 2 years ago this coming October, me and the hot blonde wife were in our living room on a Saturday night, and we heard a big crashing sound, and I went outside, and a Hispanic guy had ran into the back of my 94 Dodge Ram pickup. He was in the process of driving off, and I chased him down and caught him, and he was real super intoxicated. By the time the cops got there, and I found out after a few days that he was actually wanted on 3 felony warrants too, and I guess that's pretty common that these guys they either don't show up or they just let them out on bond or something and they never come back, you know. And down in our area, the cops were telling me, it was kind of ironic because I was jumping on the hood of this guy's car when he wouldn't get out of I couldn't get him out the door, and I had to kick the windshield in, and that's about the time the cops showed up. But there had been a pickup truck that drove by me that had a couple of Hispanic guys in it. And I got talking to the cop, and they said that he was going to an address that was further down the street from where I stopped him at. And he said he probably had some buddies coming to pick him up. And I made a comment about them guys in the pickup driving by, and he said they were probably going to meet him somewhere. What they were telling me there in Carthage, because we're on I-44 and we're a big route between Chicago and Dallas, is they're finding a lot of these. They'll go to these guys' houses, and they'll be gone. They can't find them. And then when they get to searching around, they're finding a lot of false floors and stuff like that where they hide these guys at, or one of their family members picks them up and takes them away. And then it wasn't 2 weeks after that, my wife's Mary Kay car got hit by a hit and run, and it was the same circumstance. They found that person, and they were wanted on several warrants too, and they're all I guess it's just pretty common anymore, and I couldn't get the city of Carthage to explain to me why this guy's out driving around other than the fact that that's what he was doing. And
wow,
as far as I know, he probably hauled ass again after that, you know.
Right,
so,
right. If they let him out, yeah, they ain't sticking around.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll tell you what, my brother's an attorney in Northeast Colorado, and years ago, it was 2011, you can look it up online, and the stories in there. I was in Fort Morgan at the beef plant, and a kid hit me. He was a Hispanic kid. I was turning onto the scale there at Cargill, and he had his buddy's pickup truck, and this kid had hit me, and my brother was in the prosecutor's office at the time, so he really couldn't talk to me much about it until after it was done. But he told me that back then, Colorado would bring these guys into court, and then they would give them cash money and drive them to the bus station in Denver. They had to self-deport. They gave them an 800 number that they had to call when they got to El Paso. He said nobody ever called that number.
Wow.
Because they just give them that cash and drop at the bus station, expect them to get on the bus and self-deport themselves, you know. So that's the kind of stuff they're doing. And then they get more and more and more felonies, and they never go to jail, and they're out there tearing everybody's stuff up and wreaking havoc on everything. And luckily, nobody really got hurt too bad from this last deal, and hopefully they've actually kept him locked up in jail. But these liberals are really fighting hard to keep these guys out of jail and running amok in the country. It's kind of sad.
So I'm assuming they probably, when these folks probably don't have any insurance, right? So you have to rely on your uninsured motorist to cover your vehicle?
Oh, yeah. They wouldn't even cover my pickup truck. I mean, it was too old, and it's just all bashed up on the back of it now, and I'm driving around like that because I'm not going to buy. You know, you can't go out right now and buy a decent vehicle for that's very affordable at all. And it's kind of frustrating. I mean, my wife's Medicaid card, it got fixed because they had the insurance that they covered it through the leasing company they used. But same thing. I mean, they just run into stuff and take off because they let them do it, you know.
Well, otherwise, how's the travel conditions out there? Great night for being on a high-speed trip to to where we headed.
Yeah, I'm down here south of Iowa City now, going like a bat out of hell, and it's starlit sky out and 76 degrees, and we're doing what we refer to as putting the spurs to her, and he started pointing south, and I'm just hanging on for dear life. You know, I haven't had it happen in a number of years, but this truck gets like this, and sometimes you end up with a cop behind you there, and then when he finally gets you stopped, you jump out and thank him because you were just holding on for dear life. Because there's a lot of times I can't control what this thing does. It likes to take off and run, and you put a load on it, and I get in here. You know, I try to never make myself a victim or anything, but that last time a couple of years ago, I told that guy that I was glad he got her stopped because I was hanging on for dear life. But I'm thankful. That's one of the things they always talk about, gratitude. I'm always thankful that most of them municipalities, they give you about 6 weeks before you got to go to court. But it's kind of hard to tell my hop-on wife about a $900 speeding ticket, you know. It gives you time to make up a story.
Oh, boy.
But I don't get them anymore after that last one that was $900. I don't. You met my wife at Mid-America Truck Show?
Yes.
She can get a pretty worked up side to her when you come home with a $900 ticket. That peaceful side that you met, it changes real quick. So
I bet
don't
it does.
get tickets anymore.
Good job. Well, hey, it's great to hear from you, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, and happy birthday to the Carolina Monkey Gouger, right?
Yeah. I just get ready to throw that out there. Happy birthday, Mr. Gouger, if you're out there on the road listening to us. So, but Steve, I'm going to get back to just hanging on for dear life here, man, and you guys have a great show.
Safe travels. Thank you for checking in, and we'll be right back.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do we got here? Hello to Bidu, checking in this Thursday morning. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. And we just heard from Lauren Weiss. He said Sanchez stole a freight truck, so I can guarantee you it was not a high-speed chase. If you want to have a high-speed chase, you got to have one of them bull hauler trucks, right? A little more from southern Florida here. Flash flood emergency, as we mentioned, were issued for several counties. Dangerous, widespread flooding this past day. And the flash flood warning remains in effect till 8 o'clock here Thursday morning. Miami Gardens, North Miami Beach, Aventura, Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, and Miramar, among other areas. That's a pretty rare thing to be issued for parts of several counties, initially at 5:30 this past day. And then it was extended till 8 p.m. Wednesday. Now the regular flood warnings till 8 a.m. Yeah, by 7 p.m. Wednesday, more than 13 inches of rain had fallen at Hollywood Beach, with over 12 inches at Surfside Beach. More than 11 inches had fallen in Aventura, while Dania Beach and Fort Lauderdale had all received over 10 inches of rainfall. Now, after the flash flood emergency expired, as I mentioned, flood warning remains in place until 8 a.m. today in portions of both counties. Widespread flooding, even the closure of a stretch of Interstate 95. Police were saying, please stay off the roadways, get to higher ground. Tornado warnings were also briefly in effect Wednesday for parts of the Florida Everglades before they expired. Some of those storms were showing rotation, triggering the tornado warnings. Tuesday's tropical rains produced anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of rain and multiple flash flood warnings. And what is the season's first significant rainfall event? A flood watch also in effect for all of South Florida and the Florida Keys, as the stage is set for rounds of rain that may kick off additional flooding. All right, so let's see. The flood watch has been extended until Thursday evening. Now, as you look at the big picture on the radar, you see that massive cluster of torrential rains that have been moving through southern Florida. And there's other areas, Central America and the Yucatan Peninsula there in Mexico have also been seeing incredible amounts of rain. So from Guatemala to Belize, again through the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, right through Central America, as that front is kind of draped right across that entire region there in the southern Gulf of Mexico. Coming up, hour number 2, we'll get back to your calls. Glenn is on board. We'll get to send your heat wave and room for you at 844-844-3388. Yeah, the first extended stretch of summertime heat and humidity, meanwhile, is on the way to the Northeast. Yeah, temperatures could challenge some records during the second half of June here. Now, before that happens, though, forecasters are expecting a round of possibly some intense thunderstorms in the region that may impact travel and outdoor plans just as the weekend gets underway. We'll be talking about the risk of some strong storms on Friday in the east after a few days of active weather in the midsection of the country as that cold front moves east, clashing with all that warm, humid air. Thunderstorms will form, can turn severe, bringing with it a variety of hazards to end the work week here. After a brief cool down behind that front, get ready next week. The big heat dome builds into the region. Some of the hottest weather we've seen so far this season.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is continuing his Middle East trip. The Secretary in Qatar continuing talks on a potential ceasefire for the war in Gaza. This comes after the terrorist group Hamas proposed amendments to the ceasefire proposal laid out by the United States, including a timeline for the ceasefire as well as a complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. But Blinken says the war will go on after they could not agree to some of the changes.
Hamas has proposed numerous changes to the proposal that was on the table. We discussed those changes last night with Egyptian colleagues and today with the Prime Minister. Some of the changes are workable, some are not.
8 suspected terrorists with potential ties to ISIS have been arrested in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. USA's John Schaefer has the scary details. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The 8 men, all from Tajikistan, were apprehended over the weekend. They had been under surveillance by the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and were arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. All 8 men entered the country through the southern border. Currently, they face immigration charges but have not yet been charged with any specific terror plot.
Republican lawmakers are reacting after holding a deposition against former New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo regarding his response to the COVID-19 pandemic Tuesday. New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik discusses Cuomo's testimony, saying she felt he was mostly deflecting blame and pointing fingers at others.
He also went so far as to say that his senior staff, when they suggested other members to lie on depositions, he made it a point to say suggesting to lie is not perjury. So he is complicit to obstructing justice.
This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Family members of the 5 Marines who died in a 2022 Osprey helicopter crash are attending a hearing on Capitol Hill Wednesday. The families sued the manufacturer last month after the Marines died in a crash just west of the California border during a training exercise. The FBI is releasing a love letter and other documents in Gabby Petito's case, some 350 pages of documents including a receipt for a gun bought by her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, and journal entries of his thoughts of suicide have been made public by the FBI in the case of Gabby Petito. Petito was 22 years old when she was killed by her fiancé, 23-year-old Laundrie, in the summer of 2021 while the couple was on a road trip in Wyoming. It's going to be hard to swallow this news as we learn Joey Chestnut will not be allowed to chow down on hot dogs during a world-famous contest on July 4th. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Joey Chestnut
Chestnut, unofficially at 71. That would be a record here. They just threw him another one, 72 unofficial.
Well, that was on ESPN back in 2017, and this is now. 16-time hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest on July 4th out on Coney Island after he signs a deal with rival brand Impossible Foods, which sells a vegan wiener.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour underway, round number 2. Here we go. What do we have? So word came out about a week ago, I guess, that Benjamin Netanyahu would be coming to the United States to address a joint session of Congress. Word comes out that a far-left organization in New York City that has been at the forefront of the anti-Israel protest has vowed to shut down D.C. when Benjamin Netanyahu arrives to speak before Congress. Now, it's supposed to be speaking before a joint meeting of Congress on July 24th. The People's Forum wrote in a post on X this past day that the group would be shutting down Washington, D.C. when Netanyahu arrives and would issue a notice of citizen's arrest. The people charge Netanyahu with genocide, they say. When the car criminal comes to D.C., we will shut down D.C. and issue the notice of citizen's arrest. When a war criminal comes to Washington, D.C., we'll shut it down. The people of the world stand with Palestine and against the genocide committed by Israel. Now, Netanyahu was invited by House Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority or Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to address a joint meeting of Congress. Last year, Congress was proud to host Israeli President Isaac Herzog in D.C. to celebrate 75 years of friendship and a partnership between our two democracies. Now, less than 3 months later, the horrific attacks of October 7 shocked the world and forced your nation into a fight for its very existence. We join the state of Israel in your struggle against terror, especially as Hamas continues to hold American and Israeli citizens captive, and its leaders jeopardize regional stability. The letter went on to say, for this reason, on behalf of the bipartisan leadership of the United States House of Representatives and United States Senate, we'd like to invite you to address a joint meeting of Congress. All right. Meanwhile, you got Hamas has rejected a Gaza ceasefire proposal outlined by Joe Biden. According to an Israeli official on Tuesday of this week, after receiving the Palestinian militant group's response through mediators. The statement said this evening Israel received via the mediator the Hamas response. In its response, Hamas has rejected the proposal for a hostage release that was presented by President Biden. They have changed all the main and most meaningful parameters, so they had an opportunity. Hamas continues to press the envelope and continue this conflict. What do the Palestinian sympathizers have to say about that, I guess? Hey, Glenn is on board. What's happening out there, Glenn?
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Good.
Hey, I think D.C.'s been shut down for about 4 years now. What do you think?
Good point.
Yeah. No, I just thought I'd call and check in. I told myself I'd call in a little more often. Only called in once. I've been listening to you for years. So, didn't seem like you're getting any callers there the first few minutes.
Things were quiet.
Chime in.
Yep, absolutely. So
it was a little quiet.
Did you get your first time caller code there, Glenn?
Sometimes yes, I did. I have not been home, but I'm heading to the house now. Actually, I got married. Finally got hitched up to a great girl back on the 24th of May, and we've been down in the Keys all this time, and this is my first week back to work, and this is actually my Friday. Oh, and I actually share a birthday with Monkey Gouger. Isn't that something?
How about that? Well, happy birthday.
Yeah, so I feel like thank you. I'm along with celebrity status now, I guess. We haven't heard from him yet tonight, have we?
No, this is his week at the marina. He checked in a couple of nights. He was supposed to be off all week, but I guess they called him out to move some containers the other night. So I'm assuming he's at the Marina Del Rey the rest of this week.
Oh, yeah. Kicking back, taking it easy.
Drinking Skullbuster, celebrating his birthday.
Oh, man, you know what? I'm 1 week. I quit drinking a week ago. I don't know why. I quit smoking a year ago, and I just had the feeling I just wanted to stop drinking all them beers. I don't know what it was. Maybe it's age. Maybe it's just catching up with me. I don't know.
Well, congratulations on that. That's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, it is. It sure is. I'll be wanting to hang at the pool this weekend and everything. So, but actually, I stay pretty busy. I play in a. Do you like country music?
I do. Yeah. No.
So you know who King George is, George Strait?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I actually play in a George Strait tribute band down here in Florida.
Is that right?
Just busy. Yeah. So I only worked Sunday night at midnight, run 2 loads up to Atlanta and back, and I finish up tonight on Thursday mornings, and then I'm off for 4 days, and that's what I do for those 4 days. We just travel all over the state of Florida. Wife loves it. Got good friends. Get to stay in different places, see different things, and play some really cool music venues down here.
How about that? That's pretty cool. So what?
Yeah, it's incredible.
What part of the band? What do you play? Guitar or what? Drums? What?
No, I play drums. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, sure do. I actually grew up, born and raised there in Dayton, Ohio, just north of you there. And, played music up there for years and drove a truck the other part of the time. So.
How about that?
Made the move to Florida a few years ago and just living the dream. You know what I mean?
All right. So you're not you hadn't you got hit by any of that torrential rain?
Go ahead.
Have you had any of that flooding there?
We didn't get flooded. I'm right in Central Florida, right around Lake Eustis on the Lake Harris chain of lakes, and we got about 2 inches of rain in an hour and a half yesterday. Well, the day before.
Okay.
And that was about it, but boy, we sure did need it. I'm having to go out and water plants and things every day, a couple times a day, because the sun is so extreme right now, and you'll fry out there if you're not used to it. And the ground just dries up to, we're on sand.
Mm-hmm.
Philip will tell you that. We're on sand. It just goes through like kitty litter down here. But anyway, I always wanted to ask you, when you were at, the three-letter station there, were you friends or no Gary Burbank?
Over the years, I didn't really get to see him often since he was the daytime thing, and we'd go in late at night. Like at Christmas,
exactly.
When you'd have like a Christmas party or something, I'd get to see him on occasion, but that's about it.
Yeah, that was a great show. I mean, that really was. I miss hearing that. But anyway.
He had some there you go. He had some fascinating characters. The Gilbert Gnarly. I loved Gilbert, and of course, remember the big fat balding guy with the stubby cigar in his mouth and his pants half zipped. The car salesman.
Yeah, what was the one? It was like the Angry American, or whatever. He always says, "You know what makes me sick?"
Earl
Pitts. He always
Pitts.
had some really funny things. Earl Pitts, American. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that was great. That was good stuff. I was really disappointed when he went away.
Yeah.
I think he still has a podcast here in Florida somewhere. But anyway, I'll get off here and let somebody else chime in. I just thought I'd chime in and say, hey, I'll make a point to call in a little more often.
Thank you for checking in. Safe travels out there, Glenn. Congratulations on the wedding, and, of course, happy birthday. There you go. All right, crisis averted. We've had a whole bunch of these scenarios where potential strikes averted at the very last minute. The latest is from the Canadian government and the union representing the 9,000 Canada Border Service Agency workers apparently reached that tentative agreement late on Tuesday. I think the strike was potentially going to begin this past day. So that ends the threat of a work stoppage on Friday. Okay. Border Services employees are critical to the safety and security of our borders. This tentative agreement recognizes the importance of that work while remaining reasonable for taxpayers. According to the president of Canada's Treasury Board in a news release, the Public Service Alliance of Canada represented the CBSA workers had said a strike would begin at 12:01 a.m. Friday if an agreement was not reached. And I guess so, again, at the last minute, they came up with the deal. The Treasury Board said in a statement they'll not share details of the tentative agreement at the moment out of respect for the ratification process that's underway. Should this tentative agreement be ratified, the government will have reached agreement with 18 bargaining units covering more than 84% of the public service. Full details of the agreement to be announced, I guess, today, Thursday. A ratification vote will be scheduled in the coming days after the details are released, according to the union officials. If it is ratified, the renewed collective agreement will apply to approximately 11,000 employees, along with customs and immigration officers, CBSA personnel, intelligence officers, investigators, and non-uniformed staff. All right, so there you go. Workers have been without a contract for over 2 years there. But all right, another we can scratch off the list. And we'll return to your calls in 2.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Thursday coming on. Working our way into a brand new day. Hello, Senor Heatwave. Senor Heatwave. Knock, knock. Nobody home. Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
There he is. Aren't you glad you're not in Miami right
Morning,
about now?
Mr. Steve. Oh, absolutely. I'm glad I'm sitting up here at the house, brother. I got a notice from AccuWeather that they had them tropical rainstorms had delivered 20 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. That was about 8 o'clock tonight.
Yes, sir.
I was glad to be out of there, buddy. We've got one of our drivers is down there. He got emptied this morning, but his trailer was leaking so bad from all that rain that it flooded the inside. He's pulling around a swimming pool now. So they sent him on up there to Orlando to get his trailer fixed, get him out of all that rain there. So that was a good thing. I hope when people try to arrest Netanyahu, because they're going to find out, just like them damn people that stormed that congressional baseball game, that was a bad idea, because a bunch of them got arrested for being stupid there, right?
I didn't see the full story as far. I saw something about, they stormed the field or something, but so would they round them up, put them in handcuffs?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You knew that was going to happen. As soon as you start trying to hit these political leaders, they got more security than you and I got.
No doubt about that.
Of course, the only one that I've got to protect me is me there with my water blaster there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get you wet, and that's about all I can do there, right? Well, y'all don't go down there to Mexico, because this guy out of Texas, he went down to one of them Mexican resorts there, and he got in their jacuzzi. Apparently, the electrician wasn't too good, because he got electrocuted once he got inside there. I wonder if that was a drug deal gone bad, Steve. You just never know.
I think Shorty had sent me that story a little bit ago. I didn't know where it was at, but electrocuted in the jacuzzi.
Yeah, I know it. I'd be leery about getting them one anyway there. If I didn't know who the well, anyway, Ziggy kept waking Tennessee up. And he told me to carry him outside, so I figured I'd call him while I was out here. All he's wanting to do is lay in the grass. Hell, he didn't have to go to the bathroom. So now he's looking at me like, because he knows I'm talking about him, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So Yeah, they're crazy. Dogs are really funny about that. Oh, and now he's getting up and moving. I guess he's going out there to do his business there. All right, well, anyway, if he goes too far, I'll have to yell at him there. So, y'all have a great morning. Enjoyed listening to part of the show tonight. I'm going to get this dog back in the bed there. I'm going to lock him out of the bedroom is what I'm going to do. So, y'all have a good morning, Steve.
All right, thanks for checking in. Enjoy a little home time there, right? It is 24 past the hour. Hey, we were talking truck parking issues before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Several states, Nevada, we can add to the list here, where they're looking for drivers' input. Nevada has plans to install these digital signs, overhead signs, letting truckers know about truck parking availability at rest areas, but they say they need to hear from truck drivers first. Now, they're developing a truck parking availability system along Interstates 15 and I-80. The availability system includes digital signs on the interstate indicating how many parking spaces are open at the upcoming rest areas, if any, right? In order to build a system designed for truckers, Nebraska DOT needs to gather input from truckers. So they have put out a survey, an 18-question survey asking truckers to chime in about how you like to receive information about truck parking availability. Now, specific to the truck parking system, questions ask truck drivers how the signs should look, how far they should be placed from the rest areas. In addition to providing feedback about the digital signs, the survey asked general questions about truck parking on Interstates 15 and 80. How often you find parking on the interstates, how long it takes to find a spot, and where do you park when there's no authorized parking to be found. Now, recommendations for a truck parking availability system date back to at least 2019 in the state of Nevada. In addition to expanding parking throughout the state, the Nebraska DOT, proposed a two-phase availability system. Phase 1 includes signage at least 6 priority locations, 3 off I-15, 3 off I-80. Phase 2 includes installing the system for all the remaining rest areas on both of those interstates. The 2022 freight plan update includes $4 million for the first phase, another $6 million allocated for phase number 2. But that's fiscal years 2027 and 2028. So again, in the state of Nevada, add them to the list, trying to do something about truck parking, but I know states that have those overhead signs. During the daytime hours, you might have some parking spaces available, but as most have said, once the sun goes down, or even before that nowadays, some say 5 o'clock in the afternoon, if you ain't got a place, you're probably not going to find one. All right, Citibank. Analysts are predicting a drop in oil prices with a forecast of $60 per barrel next year. That's pretty big. This represents a potential decline of over 20% compared to the current market expectations. Our first 3-month forecast for Brent is $82 a barrel before prices head lower during the fourth quarter and into 2025, when we expect price per barrel to settle at $60, according to the Citi note. In the near term, we anticipate some volatility, potential upside risks due to seasonal factors and ongoing geopolitical tensions. But the bearish outlook stems from an expected surplus in the global market by next year, even with production cuts from OPEC. Their analysts recommend that oil producers hedge against potential price drops and that investors view any short-term price increases as an opportunity to take bearish positions. Very interesting. Conversely, Citi is bullish on copper, they tell us, anticipating a price increase to $12,000 per ton by next year. Now, this optimistic forecast for copper is driven by factors such as below-trend mine supply growth, rising demand, particularly from China's accelerating energy transition. I think a lot of these battery projects, right? Yeah, building batteries, copper is another one of those components needed. They highlight a significant difference in volatility between the two commodities, with Citi recommending investors take advantage of that disparity. I do say to project the copper to oil price ratio, they project it will reach 200 by next year.
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson criticized President Biden's border policies, claiming they allow dangerous illegal immigrants to enter the country. Johnson addressed reporters Wednesday following reports that 8 men with potential ties to ISIS are in custody after crossing the southern border. He expressed concerns about possible terrorist cells within the U.S. and urged Biden to issue more executive orders to curb the flow of illegal immigrants. The White House has not disclosed whether President Biden would commute his son Hunter Biden's sentence. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre declined to comment on whether the president would consider this, though she did reference his earlier statements indicating he would not pardon his son. Imperial Beach in San Diego has been identified as the most polluted beach in the nation. A new study by the Surfrider Foundation, which analyzed over 9,000 samples from 567 sites, found that Imperial Beach had the highest levels of unsafe bacteria in the water. John Schaefer, USA News.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Well, good morning to Dirty Harry. Chimed in a little bit ago, said, good morning, Steve, and community, just lying here trying to fall asleep. Listening in, thought I'd just check in. I ain't got nothing for now. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Timothy said he's going to head off to bed as well. Got a saleswoman coming this morning. Wife wants solar. Oh, boy. I'll ask Heatwave about that in a minute. It's a rather expensive proposition, I do believe, to at least initially to get it done. But all right, hello to Roki. This year, 2024, Ohio has had 62 confirmed tornadoes, tying the record set in 1992. This record is sure to be broken this year. 3 of the 5 most active years for Ohio have occurred since 2019. 3 notable days this year were March 14th, and we had 9 tornadoes. April the 2nd had 11. May 7th, 19 tornadoes, according to WCMH out of Columbus, Ohio. And there's Eskimo Mom, just chimed in. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thursday. Got the regular run tonight after taking last night off when the house painters showed up. But the house is looking better. Good. We're clear, 61 degrees. High 64 in the Hoosier State. Yeah, let's try again here. In the cell hell, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Take 2.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha. Loud and clear.
Okay. All right. Well, let's address the immediate thing. Yeah, the solar panels that I've got 27 of them wired in on the south side of my roof, and that was the optimum area to get the most out of the sunlight we have. That was about $34,000. The installation and everything they needed to do. So $34,000 for the panels only. Now the batteries, they're going to be anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's expensive. However, with the condition that my wife and my daughter has, with the lupus and vasculitis, and them needing to have a nice cool place to be in, I'm producing more electricity than I need. So it's going back through the system. And so my bill is anywhere between $75 and $150 a month, if that, for the electricity. Because I'm getting, like I said, I'm producing more, even with that AC on. That damn meter is running backwards because I'm producing that much. So if I did not have the solar there, I would be paying $600-700 a month to keep that house cool enough to where both my daughter and my wife can live in it comfortably without feeling like they're burning up.
Really? That high, huh?
So, yeah. That's, I guess, one of them, I don't remember which one it is, but their arms, they have the little temporal thermometer like you would use on kids that are sick.
Yeah.
Or, wrist rubbing on. They would go ahead and do that to their arms. And the temperature would be so much higher than the rest of their body. It'd be like 103, 104 degrees. Very uncomfortable. Plus, the skin gets splotchy. It almost looks like a jigsaw puzzle. That's kind of a mottled, purplish, reddish-looking color, and that's all the blood trying to come up to the surface to cool off because it's so hot inside the meat of the arms. So yeah, it's and I tell you what, if it ain't one thing, it's another. So, but yeah, if you got the money and if you got the finances to do a contract on it. Now the good thing is, it used to be that when the panels were connected, if one panel went out, the whole system went out. So if you had one bad panel out of the 27, then the whole thing would go out. But this system is set up now. If I've got one bad panel, it drops that offline, and the other 26 continue. Plus, it's like a 25-year warranty on these panels, and they said the way that they're built, they'll last more than that. So you may get 30, 35, 40 years out of the panels before they degrade to the point where you need to replace them.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you get hailstones that hit it and actually break the panel, then that's covered under that 25-year warranty. So they would come out and replace that panel or panels, depending on how many gets busted. So, yep, the initial investment is a little much, but they do have finance plans, and the batteries now are so much better than when I got mine installed. The solar system. When I get it about 4 years ago. So I didn't get the batteries in, but now they're so much more better that if my credit were better, thanks to Yellow, I would go ahead and get a panel of batteries, because right now, if the power goes out, there's a safety feature on there that will stop the production of solar electricity. Since it doesn't have a panel of batteries to go to, they would just go ahead and stop production. The reason behind that is because if they continue to operate, they would be shooting juice through the wires. And the wires may be down, and you don't want to shock the living hell out of the lineman that's trying to repair
right.
The electric line. So, but if you have the batteries, then your house would just go ahead and swap to the battery, and your solar panels would continue to charge the battery until the power comes back on. And then at night, then your house can go ahead and be run by the batteries that are going to be mounted to the wall. So, yeah, it's, if it's good enough for the space station, man, gammit, I tell you what, if it's good enough for the space station and for all the satellites up there, then it ought to be okay for us down here. So, all right, well, last night I was talking about, the American people having the attention span of a guppy.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, the terrain out here killed my signal. And then when I got back on, I had another phone call I took. So, and I gotta apologize to the guppy, because I think Patrick Starfish, from SpongeBob SquarePants, that's pretty much what the left has the mentality of. They just get excited over one thing, and then they turn brain dead stupid. And apologies to brain dead. But Hunter Biden, with his issue, now he's talking about going ahead and maybe appealing the decision. Now, what my understanding is they're going to say, well, the original intent of the gun right, the Second Amendment, was to be, it should not, the right to own guns should not be abridged. Okay, well, in 68, that's when they decided, you know what, felons should not have guns because they obviously cannot follow the laws of the land. Now, that was the intent back then. Now, when I was driving with Yellow and my co-driver Thomas, you know, he had a rough childhood, and he got busted where there is a felony on his record that the state of California will not expunge. But he has lived his life following the laws. And, you know, if anyone should be able to get be able to own a gun, I would say it would be him, because he has shown that he is a productive person of society. He's got 5 children and 2 grandchildren, and he's 45 years old. All right. So, but in Hunter's case, you know, he was and probably still is a drug addict. I don't know if he's ever truly got over his need for the white stuff.
Right.
So, you know, and they're going to say, well, the original intent was, you know, you can have a gun no matter what. Well, I mean, they've already given the right to illegal aliens there in Illinois, in the Chicago area. Well, maybe not Chicago, but I mean in the Illinois court system, they said, yeah, the illegal aliens can have the guns. It's like, well, where's the control? You know, and I guess that's what his lawyer is going to try to argue, that it should be okay for him to have a gun, even though he was, you know, that he was, you know, on drugs or, you know, abuser of drugs.
Right.
And then I heard today that the NRA was trying to get that question taken off the form. And that really don't make no damn sense. I mean, well, I'd say what, that voice just needs to be worked on. If you're going to be, like, say, driving a car, and you are an alcoholic, and you chronically go out there and you drive drunk, well, they're going to take your license away. Now, it's not a right to have the license, it's a privilege. But, you know, they're going to drive anyways because that's just the way these people are. In the Hunter's case and all those others that do drugs, you know, we can't trust them. It's like that idiot that you were talking about earlier saying, well, he just wigged out because he was off his medication.
Right.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have had that gun to begin with, and I don't know how he could have legally got that gun if he was on
all the
medications to control his...
And it's criminal history already, yeah.
So, yeah. So, you know, it's getting to the point now where, I don't know, it seems like the Wild West mentality is back. And you got people that want to be armed, legally armed, that can get the weapons legally, and you got those who don't even, you know, want the weapons, period. And they're the ones that are pushing for gun control. Well, you know what? If you can control the guns from getting into the hands of those that ain't supposed to get it, I'll buy it. But if you can't keep the weapons out of the maniac's hands, leave my right alone. And then you got the story about those Jew-hating groups that are pro-Hamas.
Yeah.
You know, going into the subway. You know what? Those people like that,
that are threatening a group of others. And I mean, if it were black people or Hispanics or Chinese or anyone else, it would be considered, a race crime. They're not treating this harassment of Jewish people, of Zionists, as a hate crime. They're saying, oh, it's just free speech. No. And when you get a whole mess of them out there screaming and hollering, basically threatening you, how many people in here are Zionists? Raise your hand. Well, what are you going to do if a group of people did raise their hand? Are you going to attack them? Because in some of these states and cities, they know that they're not supposed to carry guns. Well, I think if these people would go ahead and arm themselves to defend themselves, then maybe these other idiots out there are not going to take the chance. Maybe they're going to be armed as well to protect themselves. But they're the ones that are causing all the problems with instigating issues. I mean, if someone comes up to me, and raises Cain with me, I can walk away. But if they've got a gun or they have intent to hurt me, what do I have to defend myself? Well, right now I just got my feet so I can kick some butt, in my fist so I can knock some sense into somebody. But other than that, I mean, it ain't gonna bode well, especially if I have a group of people that are coming after me.
Yep.
I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse, that poor guy, he knew what he was doing. He had that gun there with him to protect him. And then you got these 3 white guys that are coming after him, and Kyle, he's a marked man. He has to live with what he did, but he did it to preserve himself. And so, I don't know. I know I'm going all over the boards here, but, just leave my right to have weapons alone, because I honorably served. I was honorably discharged. I have shown that I can follow the rule of law.
Right.
I'm not stuck on any medication except what is prescribed to me, like for metformin and the high blood pressure. But that's not going to, make me go crazy. But these other people, to go buy a gun, try to buy a gun legally to protect yourself from a bad drug deal, where the hell is the logic in that? That don't make no damn sense.
Well, all the drug dealers have guns. That's the idea. Don't take a knife to a gunfight. I think in the testimony or some of the emails he had that they shared, he had mentioned the fact of having a gun stuck in his face when purchasing drugs. We'll get a quick time out here. It is 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, let me see here. Kevin's not on the green deal. Solar, he says, is a lefty green scam. How many years until the panels are paid for, plus government subsidies, ensure it's a bad idea? All right, about 6 before the hour. Darlene on board here. Hello, Steve and my friends. Good to have you with us as well. And jump on over to... No, it's not. Hey, Mike. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So I don't know. I was listening to that deal there. So about the solar panels and that. Sounds like a pretty salty investment there, but I guess so. I'm trying to figure out how he's paying $75 or $100 or $150 a month an electric bill if his meter's going backwards. But I don't know.
Well, you'd think he's getting. I mean, you'd think his bill would be actually a credit. You sold back.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. The power company should be paying him. He shouldn't be paying the power company if his meter's actually going backwards. So I don't know. As I say, I don't understand this. I don't understand this Steve Summers overnight drive math that gets put on here all the time. So. A couple math teachers out here but anyway, I don't know. So it's good to hear the inbred redneck on there last night. Apparently he's still out there kissing hands and shaking babies.
And groping women, yes. Or moms.
Well, of course, yeah, that goes without saying, right? But anyways, I guess he's got a pretty good platform to stand on there by the sounds of what he had going. But so I don't know, not a whole lot going on here. So what's this deal here with the did you hear that there's some bad actors that came across the southern border, Your Honor? I can't believe it. How did they get across the border?
Yeah, right. Hey, they were thoroughly vetted, they tell us. Thoroughly vetted. No red flags. Come on in.
Yeah. And what were they claiming amnesty from there? If they were ISIS terrorists, are they claiming amnesty from themselves, that they were scared they might hurt themselves?
Right.
What? Yeah, right. I don't know. Crazy, mixed up world. But, yeah, I don't know. Not a whole lot. Just checking in here, riding up and down the Eastern Shore again. So out here on the Delmarva Peninsula, and everything's kind of quiet and not a whole lot going on. So, anyways, there. I did hear we're supposed to possibly have some rain supposed to be showing up here on Friday. I don't know if you heard anything about that.
That's the word.
So I guess that would be tomorrow.
That front's going to come through, and it sounds like, some areas may not, some areas might get a strong storm, others might not see much of anything at all.
All right. Typical, sometimes unsettled weather. Strikes here, not strikes there.
But then are you ready for the heat wave, though? The heat wave comes your way next week, which I didn't get to the full breakdown on that, did I? Yeah, the cold front's going to spark some feisty storms on Friday. Then you start to warm up, a big warm up next week. Yeah, we'll give you more after this. Hey, we're up to top of the hour. We'll be back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is continuing his Middle East trip. The Secretary in Qatar continuing talks on a potential ceasefire for the war in Gaza. This comes after the terrorist group Hamas proposed amendments to the ceasefire proposal laid out by the United States, including a timeline for the ceasefire as well as a complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. But Blinken says the war will go on after they could not agree to some of the changes.
Hamas has proposed numerous changes to the proposal that was on the table. We discussed those changes last night with Egyptian colleagues and today with the Prime Minister. Some of the changes are workable, some are not.
8 suspected terrorists with potential ties to ISIS have been arrested in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. USA's John Schaefer has the scary details. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The 8 men, all from Tajikistan, were apprehended over the weekend. They had been under surveillance by the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and were arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. All 8 men entered the country through the southern border. Currently, they face immigration charges but have not yet been charged with any specific terror plot.
Republican lawmakers are reacting after holding a deposition against former New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo regarding his response to the COVID-19 pandemic Tuesday. New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik discusses Cuomo's testimony, saying she felt he was mostly deflecting blame and pointing fingers at others.
He also went so far as to say that his senior staff, when they suggested other members to lie on depositions, he made it a point to say suggesting to lie is not perjury. So he is complicit to obstructing justice.
This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Family members of the 5 Marines who died in a 2022 Osprey helicopter crash are attending a hearing on Capitol Hill Wednesday. The families sued the manufacturer last month after the Marines died in a crash just west of the California border during a training exercise. The FBI is releasing a love letter and other documents in Gabby Petito's case, some 350 pages of documents including a receipt for a gun bought by her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, and journal entries of his thoughts of suicide have been made public by the FBI in the case of Gabby Petito. Petito was a 22-year-old Petito was 22 years old when she was killed by her fiancé, 23-year-old Laundrie, in the summer of 2021 while the couple was on a road trip in Wyoming. It's going to be hard to swallow this news as we learn Joey Chestnut will not be allowed to chow down on hot dogs during a world-famous contest on July 4th. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Joey Chestnut, unofficially at 71. That would be a record here. They just threw him another one, 72 unofficial.
Well, that was on ESPN back in 2017, and this is now. 16-time hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut banned from the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest on July 4th out on Coney Island after he signs a deal with rival brand Impossible Foods, which sells a vegan wiener.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it in another hour underway. Rolling into a Thursday. There you go. Made it through Hump Day. Weekend on the horizon, right? All right, yeah, we mentioned the first extended stretch of summertime heat on the way for the Northeast. All right, following a cool, tranquil start to the week in the Northeast, changes are coming for the rest of the week that they tell us will culminate with some dangerous thunderstorms over the next couple of days. Storms going to move from the northern plains to the Midwest before arriving in the Northeast Friday. Ahead of the storm, several days of southerly wind in the Northeast will be bringing in warmer, more humid air. That warmth will be noticeable, begin to be noticeable, starting today, as a matter of fact. Temperatures climbing a few degrees above average into the 80s for most. On Friday, higher humidity levels gets added to the mix. That's going to provide a breeding ground for storms. A cold front taps into the warmer, more humid air. When coupled with the storm, that'll make for a favorable environment for thunderstorms to develop. They've kind of highlighted a risk area for Friday afternoon and Friday evening that includes a large area from the Appalachians to the Mid-Atlantic on up to New England. Large hail damaging winds. For the Appalachians, we could see thunderstorms develop early in the day, whereas the threat for the I-95 corridor looks to be the afternoon and evening hours. Rain and thunderstorms look to largely shift off the coast by later during the overnight hours on Friday, but millions of people will be under the severe weather threat. Washington, D.C., all the way up to Portland, Maine, travelers at airports and along major interstates will face delays as the weekend activities commence. Philadelphia, New York, Boston, any late afternoon or evening plans could be impacted by a stronger storm. Hail and damaging wind gusts Keep an eye on what they call the AccuWeather Minutecast for specifics on when storms could arrive. Following the storms Friday, though, the weekend starts off with more comfortable weather. Don't get used to the change, though. In the wake of the severe weather threat, the cold front will do its job to bring in a few days of cooler air, but it's a short reprieve. High pressure currently over the west is going to move over the mid-Atlantic, and that's going to be the big-time warm-up. Temperatures will soar well into the 90s for most areas away from the coast, even challenging some long-standing record highs. Combined with the uptick in humidity, it'll feel heat indices will exceed 100 degrees for multiple afternoons. While some cities already ventured into the 90s so far this year, including Baltimore, Cleveland, Harrisburg, PA, many, many more will notch their first 90-degree readings coming up next week. Now, according to research, the average first 90-degree day in Detroit and Indianapolis is normally about June 15. We're right on schedule. Pittsburgh, the average first day is typically a little bit later, June 21. New York City's also officially not been in the 90s yet this year. Usually occurs about June 3rd. But all the forecasts to reach that milestone multiple times during the second half of June. The heat is going to peak about the official start of summer, which is next Thursday, June the 20th, 4:50 p.m. Eastern Time. In the days leading up to the solstice, the mercury is going to approach or touch 100 degrees briefly in a few locales, including the typical urban hotspots like Newark, New Jersey, and Richmond, Virginia. So the AccuWeather forecast, sounds like Friday could be interesting. Friday afternoon, Friday evening, maybe. So there you go.
Sounds like the people up there in Macungie, PA, need to keep an eye to the sky a little bit for that truck show going on there Friday and Saturday. Then I'll have to see if I'm going to venture that far. I haven't decided yet. So one thing I did hear on the news there, are you planning on coming to Coney Island there on for the 4th of July?
All right.
See if you can swallow some wieners?
Yeah, right. I don't know. What the hell? Joey Chestnut, vegan hot dogs, come on.
I was going to say, he's only allowing vegan wieners to touch his lips now? I kind of, I don't know. So maybe they slide down easier. Maybe you don't need ketchup to go with them. I don't know. How's that work? Maybe we'll have to find out. Have to have a roving reporter on this. Who do we know in New York City? I guess he won't be there. Do they do their own thing? I don't know. Probably shouldn't go any further with this. But anyways, so I don't know. Things are kind of quiet here. It's kind of interesting here in Lauren Weiss's Lauren Weiss's, I guess speaking there about his whole deal there. Did you ever get a $900 speeding ticket, Your Honor?
No, I have not. Absolutely not.
No, neither have I. I think the only other one I know of that can even talk anywhere near that, I think, is Heatwave there. When he was working for that other place out there, he made friends with that California Highway Patrol officer one morning. But yeah, that's something to. Yeah, I don't think I could explain that one at home there, Your Honor, with $900 speeding ticket. So, anyways.
He didn't say
I guess that's about what we got going.
He didn't clarify what high rate of speed he was doing, but undoubtedly that had to be what they called the excessive speed, like 20 over the limit or something big.
I'm sure, those chrome-plated cow trucks that, if they were anything like the chrome-plated trash trucks I used to run, it didn't take a whole lot to get them up into the triple digits, Your Honor. So, you sat there and you got a truck that'll run over 100 mile an hour. It's very, very possible that somebody could get slightly agitated by the time they caught up to you. So, but as you say, you don't have to. You might be able to outrun the patrol unit, but you never outrun the radio. So, yeah. Anyways, but I guess with that, we'll let you get going, kick back, and in case we hear something else, maybe we'll check back at you there towards the loneliest hour. And one last quick thing there. I did see a ad come up So next year out there in Madison, Wisconsin for the Scarecrow, that's where that high-priced, overpriced American Truck Historical Society show is going to be next year is out there in Madison, Wisconsin. So if everybody wants to make plans for that and start saving up to, you got to save up for that about like you have to keep saving up for the cruise. So anyways, hey, speaking of that, maybe you ought to say something more about the cruise. What we got? We got anything good going on with the cruise at all? Let you go with that, and we'll chat at you later, Your Honor.
All I know is I think payments are due on, July 8th? Yeah, like final payments are due. And I think the Princess has been looking at some excursions. We don't do a lot of excursions. Yeah, first of all, they're rather expensive, and historically, we just like to go to the beach. And she was looking at Aruba, though. And I know the public beach there, depending on how many ships the dock there, the public beach really gets packed. The two previous occasions we've been there, we got like a bus ride or taxi ride down to some of the resort locations, the big hotels. And they don't say anything when you just kind of walk through the lobby to go out to the beach. And of course, then you have to pay the rental cost if you want a lounger or an umbrella. And then, of course, the food prices at the resorts are off the charts. I mean, usually when you're on like a Caribbean cruise, when you get off at some of the islands and whatnot, that's where you get really, really cheap beer, $2 for $3 kind of thing for Coronas or whatever. Yeah, the resort price is $10 for a beer. And so she found an excursion. I think it was something like $80 a person that included, I think, 3 hours at the beach, including a chair. If you want an umbrella, the set price was $20 for the umbrella, but it also included like a lunch, and your first drink, your first beer or mixed drink is included in the cost. And I said that might be worth the deal. So that's about the only excursion we had looked at. All right, it is 844-3388. Of course, flooding in Florida, right? Severe rain, flooding, impacting areas across Miami-Dade and Broward counties. In Hollandale Beach, they said main roadways covered with water, cars struggling to get around. And the words of our city manager were throwing everything at the storm. According to the Hollandale Beach mayor, we're seeing a storm to the likes of last year in April. Those inches of rain just inundating every inch of our city. Water levels at Eastwood Mobile Home Park were getting up so high that residents could be seen wading through the water, coming waist deep. One woman told the local news outlet that she was inside her home with her daughter and the dog. In a few hours, they watched the water getting higher and higher until she eventually took a kiddie pool, filling it with her personal items and important documents before walking across Federal Highway to get to Gulfstream Park, where she works. She kind of floated all of her stuff in the kiddie pool. Now, she says, I have 3 days until I have to come back to work, so hopefully it's done by then. I don't know where I'm going to live, though. There were several vehicles nearly completely covered by water and abandoned. Fire department was out there rescuing a woman that was stranded in her car for quite some time, according to the mayor. We had an all-hands-on-deck moment because apparently an autistic child was lost, and I'm getting reports that a child was lost in the waters. I don't know if they've been recovered. But earlier Wednesday, flooding caused the Hollandale Beach City Hall and Cultural Center to close early. What we are telling people is if you're in danger, to call 911. I mean, some of those rainfall totals, indeed, they have seen 20 inches for some. Philip, what do you say this morning?
Well, it hasn't hit us that bad down up here where we're at, Central Florida. We're further north. We probably got, I'm guessing, 3 2 to 3 inches, something like that, out of it. But you get down around Miami, it's pretty rough down there. And over on the southwest side, I heard Fort Ritchie got pretty bad. And, we hadn't even got a hurricane, Steve. That's just a regular tropical storm type.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a tropical storm. It was, just nothing crazy, Crazy stuff hadn't even started yet. So, but we do have some new people that are visiting us. They're visiting our neighbors down south. Did you hear the flotilla came in yesterday?
Yes, the Russians are here.
Well, they bought one of their big old destroyers in there and a submarine, and I think they got 2 other ships that brought in too. It's a mini fleet of 4 ships. They say they're going to stay for a week, and then they're going to go down to Venezuela. And we scattered, I guess we got 2 destroyers that went down there and was monitoring them, and as well as they're using these, what they call cell drones. Have you heard of those, Steve, a cell drone?
Yeah, not familiar.
It's a sailboat drone. Yeah, they're watching them with these cell drones, and I'm pretty sure they got the eyes up in the sky watching them too, way up in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
So, but yeah, I saw that on the news yesterday. I don't know. I think they're just flexing right now. President's over at G7, so they got to do something, right? And that's, I guess, their way of flexing their muscles, saying, hey, here's where we're at, and this is what we got over here. And I don't know. What do you think, Steve?
I think that's everything I'm hearing. Is they're kind of sending a message because of our support for Ukraine that, I guess trying to say, hey, we can defend ourselves in your hemisphere as well.
Yeah, I know. And here's the thing. They are probably, let's see.
Yeah, let me see here. I think we lost our phone connection. Hang on there, Philip. We'll have to dial it back up here. We'll get ready to connect. I was pulling up the very latest in regards to, yes, the flotilla having arrived there in Cuba this past day. Let me see. While the phone dials back up real quick. Havana, let's see, about 100 miles south of Key West. The Russian Navy frigate and nuclear-powered submarine churned into Havana Harbor. A stopover the U.S. and Cuba said poses no threat, but is widely seen as a Russian show of force as tensions rise over Ukraine. Right, there you go. Say Cuba, a longtime ally of Russia, saluting the ship's arrival with cannon fire from the harbor. Russian diplomats waving small Russian flags, taking selfies as the vessels passed the harbor's historic fortress there. The 4 Russian vessels sailed to Cuba on Wednesday after conducting what they call high-precision missile weapons training in the Atlantic. The submarine and frigate are carrying Zircon hypersonic missiles, Caliber cruise missiles, and Onyx anti-ship missiles, according to the ministry. The U.S. has been monitoring the Russian vessels as they skirted the nearby Florida coast, but posed no threat. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told reporters this past day that these sort of naval exercises are routine. We've seen this kind of thing before, and we expect to see this kind of thing again. I'm not going to read into it any particular motives. There's no evidence of Russia transferring any missiles to Cuba, but we will remain vigilant. We don't expect anything like that to occur. But, of course, Havana, about 100 miles from Key West, Florida, home to a U.S. Naval Air Station. The timing of the visit as the Biden administration ponders how far to go in helping defend Ukraine suggests a bit more than standard practice. According to a professor at American University, this is Putin's way of reminding Biden, he said, that Moscow can challenge Washington in its own sphere of influence. But the stopover coincides with Cuba's worst social and economic crisis in decades, with shortages of everything from food, medicine, and fuel, and growing dissent in the streets. This has all the echoes of the Cold War, but unlike the first Cold War, the Cubans are being drawn to Moscow not by ideological affinity, but economic necessity. History looms large in Cuba, especially when it comes to Russia and its predecessor, the Soviet Union. As we recall, the Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962, when the Soviet Union responded to a U.S. missile deployment in Turkey by sending ballistic missiles to Cuba, sparking a standoff that brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. All right, Philip, so we're back there. It's pretty much exactly what we were saying, just kind of a show of force.
Pretty much, that's all it is. They're just flexing their muscle. Let's see what happens. So I don't think anything's going to happen out of it myself. It's funny though, they bring up the Cuban Missile Crisis all the time when something like this happens. So we'll just have to sit back and see how it works out. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me. Take it easy.
All righty, have a good morning. Yes, indeed. Yeah, again, I kind of refreshed on the radar, and those heavy rains, at least at the time being, remain offshore there off the coast, southern Florida. Hadn't really seen the forecast had been for this activity to creep further and further north through the week, and they were talking originally 4 inches of rain all the way up even to the Tampa area. At least at this point, haven't seen much of that. All right, Horse Feathers, you brought up July 4. Yes, the hot dog, Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest there. And pretty interesting. We, if you would like, you will have an opportunity to see Joey Chestnut as the announcement was made this past day when Netflix announced they're going to live stream a winner-take-all hot dog eating contest between Joey Chestnut and Kobayashi. Of course, Kobayashi was the dominant force in competitive eating before Chestnut on Labor Day. The start time and location were not announced. The event called Chestnut versus Kobayashi Unfinished Beef. After the Major League Eating that sanctions the 4th of July contest at Coney Island made the announcement, obviously, that Chestnut's not going to be allowed to compete this year because he has an agreement representing the rival Impossible Foods. But for nearly 2 decades, we've worked under the same basic hot dog exclusivity provisions. However, it seems that Joey and his managers have prioritized a new partnership with a different brand over our longtime relationship. That was the word from Major League Eating. Now, he had an enthusiastic statement of his own on this past Wednesday. He said, "Through all my years of competitive eating, Kobayashi stands out as my fiercest rival. Competing against him pushed me to be so much better. I know that fans have waited a long time for another chapter of our rivalry, and I can't wait for our massive showdown live on Netflix. It's time to give the people what they want." Now, I was thinking, well, Kobayashi just announced he was retiring, didn't he? Knucklebuster brought that up here about a week ago. At the age of 46, yes, Kobayashi, who won the Nathan's contest 6 consecutive years, beginning in the early 2000s, Chestnuts first beat Kobayashi in 2007, but they have not displayed their eating skills at the same event since 2009. It's been a long time. Now, yes, Kobayashi announced his retirement, citing health issues, but said yesterday, "I've got another contest still in me. Retiring for me will only happen after I take him down one last time." This rivalry has been brewing for a long time. Competing against Joey live on Netflix means fans all over the world can watch me knock him out. Chestnut Kobayashi. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson criticized President Biden's border policies, claiming they allow dangerous illegal immigrants to enter the country. Johnson addressed reporters Wednesday following reports that 8 men with potential ties to ISIS are in custody after crossing the southern border. He expressed concerns about possible terrorist cells within the U.S. and urged Biden to issue more executive orders to curb the flow of illegal immigrants. The White House has not disclosed whether President Biden would commute his son Hunter Biden's sentence. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre declined to comment on whether the president would consider this, though she did reference his earlier statements indicating he would not pardon his son. Imperial Beach in San Diego has been identified as the most polluted beach in the nation. A new study by the Surfrider Foundation, which analyzed over 9,000 samples from 567 sites, found that Imperial Beach had the highest levels of unsafe bacteria in the water. John Schaefer, USA News.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I mentioned last evening, to some extent, what Russia's doing. We do the same thing all the time. We go to destinations all around the world, all around the globe, holding joint military exercises. The latest of which is probably just going to piss off Kim Jong-un there in North Korea even more. As yesterday they announced U.S. Air Force personnel and an AC-130J Ghost Rider gunship assigned to the 1st Special Operations Wing arrived at Osan Air Base in South Korea this past day, part of a joint combined exchange training exercise with U.S. Naval Special Warfare Command. Yeah, the Ghost Rider. Participating in a regularly scheduled exercise designed for combat readiness of Special Operations Forces personnel supporting the defense of the U.S. and South Korea. The exercise began actually late May and is going to end sometime here in the month of June. But our statement was, as a professional military force, we train to maintain our readiness. This long-planned JCET exercise ensures our personnel remain ready in our core skills-based activities to fulfill our SOF peculiar mission, if called upon. We are hyper-focused on supporting our ironclad commitment to the U.S. Republic of Korea. Our alliance, as he put it, to defend our homelands. Every training event we plan and participate in focuses on the goal of preventing conflict while also preparing to prevail if someone should ever decide to mistake our level of readiness and resolve toward a free, open, and stable Indo-Pacific region. All right. Naval Special Warfare Command personnel focus on direct action, special reconnaissance, and supporting functions, including the need and the ability to coordinate Joint Strike Forces from various weapons systems, such as the AC-130J Ghost Rider, otherwise known as the Angel of Death, based with the 1st Special Operations Wing out of Holbert Field in the western Florida Panhandle. The gunship suited to support unique mission requirements and can travel vast distances to reach the likes of the Indo-Pacific. Okay. One badass plane there, though, the Angel of Death. Yeah, meanwhile, on that militarized border, North-South Korea, South Korea's military said it fired warning shots after several North Korean soldiers briefly crossed the border on Sunday, a development that could further stoke tensions. Yes, several of the North Korean soldiers were armed. Many had equipment for maintenance work, they say. According to South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff, the JCS did not say how many shots were fired or how many soldiers breached the divide. But a JCS official who was not identified was cited by Yonhap News, stating more than 10 soldiers crossed the line for a short period of time, entering a few dozen yards into South Korean territory. Now, that shortly before North Korea's official media quoted the sister of Kim Jong-un as saying Pyongyang planned reprisals against South Korea after they resumed their loudspeaker broadcast over the weekend for the first time in years. So just tensions, along one of the world's most militarized borders, North and South Korea. All right, some of the latest developments. It is 844-844-3388. And Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I read one thing that was different from what everybody else is saying, and that is that Biden sent a Los Angeles-class submarine to Guantanamo Bay last year. So Cuba asked Russia to come over and put on a little demonstration, I guess.
And you are correct. I had heard that. That was part of the discussion that I guess Cuba got caught off guard, caught by surprise when that submarine showed up there at Guantanamo Bay. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm sure the rest of the stuff was a good motivation for him too, with Ukraine and everything. But I heard the missiles weren't armed, but that's the first I've heard that they had those hypersonic missiles on submarines. I think China's are ground-based, but they can hit anybody in the China Sea with those things.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the dangerous. But I had one other thing, Steve, I was thinking about. I had the same problem with Heatwave's math, but what he's talking about is it sounded like he bought the batteries, but he didn't buy the batteries, so after the sun goes down, he's got to pay an electric bill. I think that's what he's saying.
I guess because the batteries can only hold so much of a charge, obviously, is always the case, right?
Yeah, and he said, well, if he had the money, he'd get, well, I guess he's got some old-style batteries or something. I couldn't tell exactly what he was saying. But that must be where he's paying the bill after the sun goes down. But, yeah, I read that on the site I heard of, the War Zone, and apparently they know what they're talking about because they were about the only guys to have the Afghanistan thing right. They knew the Taliban was running that country before, we even left, from what I heard.
Right.
But that's all. I wanted to put that out there.
Well, good to hear from you, Chris. Everything else going all right?
Yeah, Steve, I've been working kind of locally lately, but I still listen for a few hours every night. It's a good show.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Stay safe out there, and as they say, don't be a stranger. All right, back some other industry headlines. A couple things I'll throw your way here. There's a bill nearing passage in the state of Michigan that would authorize heavier electric trucks on the state's roadways. The Transportation, Mobility, and Infrastructure Committee voting unanimously on Tuesday to advance a bill that would authorize electric-powered trucks to weigh up to 82,000 pounds rather than 80,000. Heavier weights are already permitted for natural gas-powered trucks. Back in 2015, Congress passed the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act that raised the weight limit for natural gas and electric battery-powered trucks, tractor-trailers, up to 82,000 pounds. So that federal act authorizes states to raise the weight on interstates within their borders. 2 years later, Michigan permitted trucks powered primarily by natural gas to weigh up to 82,000 pounds. Lawmakers were told the additional weight authorization was necessary to counter the revenue losses of 2 to 3% per load for companies operating those sort of trucks. The weight exemption for natural gas trucks mirrors the federal weight exemption. Advocates argue the weight allowance is necessary because heavier equipment is required to power trucks operating on electric battery power and natural gas power. And I remember sharing the story of the guy, Swift Transportation. There was a rash of truck fires that occurred over several years' time. And the guy who was found guilty of setting those fires has now been sentenced to more than 10 years in prison, plus a hefty fine. 66-year-old Viral Prykop of Allen Park, Michigan, sentenced to 121 months in federal prison for maliciously setting fires to 6 tractor-trailers belonging to Phoenix-based Swift Transportation during a 10-month span. Also ordered a $648,000 plus to be paid in restitution. According to the statement from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Central District of California, at the conclusion of a 16-day trial, the jury on March 12th found him guilty of 6 counts of arson of vehicle or property in interstate commerce. Now, he's been in federal custody since October of 22. This defendant, they say, was given a second chance but chose to throw it away and go on a national campaign of revenge by setting fire to trailer after trailer with drivers inside the trucks. He recklessly put people's lives at risk. Violent recidivist criminals such as this defendant will only be deterred with consequence, and the sentence imposed today does just that. Now, he set fire to the 6 Swift tractor trailers dating back to December of 21 and September of 22. In each of the incidents, the Swift-owned trailer was parked at or near a truck stop when a fire occurred on the trailer portion of the vehicle, mainly on or near the trailer tires. Now, according to an affidavit previously filed in the case, this guy had set fire to at least 18 additional Swift tractor trailers in other states, starting in June of 2020 to March of 2022. These occurred at locations spanning from Barstow, California to McCalla, Alabama, most of them along Interstate 10 and Interstate 40. He was on a revenge campaign for sure. Okay, let's get a clarification, as he says. Go ahead, Senor Heatwave. Yeah, I think we were all kind of scratching our heads. If your utility meter's going backwards, how do you end up actually owing it? It seems like you would be getting a credit for a few $100s a month rather than paying anything.
Right. Well, at nighttime, you don't make any electricity. And
correct.
We're still on the grid using juice to operate the different things. And 2, we do not have the battery pack. I was planning on getting one this year, but them silly people over there at Yellow decided they had a better idea of running a business, and they ran it in the ground, and there I was, not doing very well.
Right. Yeah. The bank account emptied out. Okay. So if you had the battery pack when the sun went down, would that be enough to get you through the overnight? And you might actually get a credit at the end of the month?
I believe it probably would, yes. Maybe not 1, but maybe 2. But then again, you're looking at, 20, 25, 30,000 just for, the 2 batteries. If they're anywhere between 10 and 15,000 per pack. Like I said, that at the time, the sales lady said, that's not, the batteries were not that great.
Mm-hmm.
So we did not get the battery.
Okay.
But, so that's the reason why. And I don't look at the bill. It's automatically taken out of our account. So I don't, those were just estimates. They may be high, and during the summertime you get more sunshine. So, maybe it'll be lower, but, their conditions do not change with the lupus and the vasculitis. I mean, that's constant. And, it's just, damn, what can I say? I pay $232 a month for the setup. So and I believe that was based on a 20-year note. So, and to dispel any further ideas about me, I am not a green weenie. I was just looking at something that would help me out, because if the power bill, if I had to pay that out of pocket, it would be $600 to $700 a month easily, especially during the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm saving money. I'm putting more stuff into the grid, when I can. But the other stuff is, when there's no electricity, when the power's out, well, I'm out of juice too, even with the solar. Like I said, didn't want to have anybody getting the shish kebab shocked out of them while they were working on the power line. So there you go. So anyways, alrighty, I'll let you go. I'm over here at the area where I'm supposed to meet my driver. So
Very
I'll
good.
let you go. And
Appreciate the clarification, because I kind of missed it. I thought he said he had the battery packs, but all right, that answers that. We'll be back after this.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
How about a tip of a hat to the two policemen in Alexandria, Virginia, reviving a newborn in the tense moments after he was born not breathing. Law enforcement officials said Monday that the Alexandria Police Department got a 911 call just after midnight about a family in desperate need of help when a mother had suddenly given birth to a lifeless baby. The officers who rushed to the scene remained calm, quickly took matters into their own hands. APD officers Hiltz and Riley entered the apartment, rushed to locate the baby. They found a newborn not breathing and without a heartbeat. As first responders, their training kicked in without hesitation. Officer Hiltz began performing CPR while Officer Riley managed to keep the family calm. After 2 rounds of CPR, Officer Hiltz located a pulse, and the baby began to fuss. As he described it, the sound of the newborn baby crying could be heard throughout the home. The baby and mom are doing well and have since returned home after a short stay at the neonatal intensive care unit. But social media users showering praise on the officers for saving the baby's life. One person writing, "Well done." Another says, "Wow, incredible job. I was tearing up just reading this. What a story of 2 amazing heroes." Officer Hilt says he was laser focused on making sure Louis is the name, Louis IV, was going to be okay in those tense moments. It felt amazing to hear him cry. In that moment, all the stress and fear of the situation just left me. Those officers later enjoyed a visit with the baby and the mother and father. According to the Mayo Clinic, of course, CPR, the life-saving technique that can revive a person who stopped breathing or no longer has a heartbeat. Pretty incredible. So, yeah, tip of the hat to those officers there. Ever had to save the life of a newborn there, Pappy?
Have I ever? No.
Nope.
I've been dispatched to several non-breathing infants where a few times it didn't end up well.
Yeah.
Man, Steve, I'll tell you, man. I mean, hats off to them guys. Because, I've been to these runs, man. Let me tell you, that adrenaline's pumping, man. Never had to perform CPR on an infant, but you gotta be extremely careful, Steve. You can blow the lungs out. You gotta know exactly just how to breathe, and how to if you're gonna
do the chest compressions.
Chest compressions, you said, on an infant. I mean, if you do them right on an adult, you're going to break some ribs.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way it is. So, man, hats off to them guys for doing that. Yeah, man. I'm glad a heat wave cleared that up. Because you can run your house during the day without no batteries, just strictly on the solar panels. The battery power is for at night when the sun goes down. You run your house with the panels, plus you charge them batteries. When the sun goes down, the panels aren't drawing any electric, and you use the batteries at nighttime. To run your house. What he needs to check into doing is, because he says when the power goes down, he doesn't have any power. So what he needs to do is stick a separate box, a breaker box. He needs to run them solar panels into a separate breaker box, right? And have an electrician come in and do that for him. That way, if the power goes out, he can flip the main off, going to the electric company, right, and still run off his solar panels.
And not run the risk of shock and alignment out there that comes out and touches the line. Because same thing goes for generators, right? You got to make sure that it's not that juice is not going back to the exterior. Now, hold the thought there. We got to pause. News break, top of the hour. The midnight hour, as a matter of fact, on the West Coast.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is continuing his Middle East trip. The Secretary in Qatar continuing talks on a potential ceasefire for the war in Gaza. This comes after the terrorist group Hamas proposed amendments to the ceasefire proposal laid out by the United States, including a timeline for the ceasefire as well as a complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. But Blinken says the war will go on after they could not agree to some of the changes.
Hamas has proposed numerous changes to the proposal that was on the table. We discussed those changes last night with Egyptian colleagues and today with the Prime Minister. Some of the changes are workable, some are not.
8 suspected terrorists with potential ties to ISIS have been arrested in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. USA's John Schaefer has the scary details. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The 8 men, all from Tajikistan, were apprehended over the weekend. They had been under surveillance by the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and were arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. All 8 men entered the country through the southern border. Currently, they face immigration charges but have not yet been charged with any specific terror plot.
Republican lawmakers are reacting after holding a deposition against former New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo regarding his response to the COVID-19 pandemic Tuesday. New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik discusses Cuomo's testimony, saying she felt he was mostly deflecting blame and pointing fingers at others.
He also went so far as to say that his senior staff, when they suggested other members to lie on depositions, he made it a point to say suggesting to lie is not perjury. So he is complicit to obstructing justice.
This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Family members of the 5 Marines who died in a 2022 Osprey helicopter crash are attending a hearing on Capitol Hill Wednesday. The family sued the manufacturer last month after the Marines died in a crash just west of the California border during a training exercise. The FBI is releasing a love letter and other documents in Gabby Petito's case, some 350 pages of documents including a receipt for a gun bought by her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, and journal entries of his thoughts of suicide have been made public by the FBI in the case of Gabby Petito. Petito was 22 years old when she was killed by her fiancé, 23-year-old Laundrie, in the summer of 2021 while the couple was on a road trip in Wyoming. It's going to be hard to swallow this news as we learn Joey Chestnut will not be allowed to chow down on hot dogs during a world-famous contest on July 4th. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Joey Chestnut, unofficially at 71. That would be a record here. They just threw him another one, 72 unofficial.
Well, that was on ESPN back in 2017, and this is now. 16-time hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut banned from the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest on July 4th out on Coney Island after he signs a deal with rival brand Impossible Foods, which sells a vegan wiener.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs. And if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome into a Thursday for our friends on the West Coast as we cross over the midnight hour in your part of the world. So, word over the past day, looks like President Biden is reportedly designating about all of next week at Camp David to prepare for the first presidential debate on the 27th. Of course, back in February, the special counsel Robert Hur described Biden as the, quote, elderly man with poor memory. Trump believes this should require Biden to take a drug test before the debate begins. Now, the White House in May refused to confirm if Biden intends to use performance-enhancing drugs in preparation for the presidential debates. Yeah, Trump said, I don't want him coming in like the State of the Union. He was high as a kite. Is that Joe up there, that beautiful room? And by the end of the evening, he's like, Trump made a guttural sound. He was exhausted, right? We're going to demand a drug test. He can't talk. He can't walk. Can't find his way off stage. Can't put two sentences together. Although he's agreed to debate, so I don't know. Maybe they know something. He's going to be so jacked up for those debates. You just watch, he said. Now, they say Joe's taking the debate seriously. A person with knowledge of the president's plan told the Associated Press Biden's debate prep could last the better part of a week at Camp David for just the first debate alone. Biden's prep will consist of honing his attacks against Trump on topics like abortion, democracy, taxes, and Social Security. Yeah, Trump can easily counter those attacks. Yeah, polling shows voters say Biden is a greater threat to democracy than Trump. Yeah, Trump vowed to quit taxing service workers, tips, and to protect Social Security. Abortion is a state issue, not a federal one, according to the Supreme Court in 22. Trump will likely attack Biden on soaring costs, open borders, foreign policy failures, and the weaponization of the judicial system. All right, Pappy, welcome back. If they don't jack him up on something, he'll be an absolute embarrassment.
Yes, his problem is there's going to be no teleprompter. Unless, there better not be no teleprompter. There shouldn't be, right? I mean, on a debate, you're not supposed to have a teleprompter.
And the only way
that's where he gets in trouble.
To have a teleprompter would mean predetermined, pre-known questions. You got to know what's coming your way to have it. I don't know. Is there somebody that can type quick enough to a teleprompter for him to answer these questions?
I don't know. Hopefully, Trump will be on stage right next to him. They won't be in like separate rooms or anything. So, he would know if there's a teleprompter there. I'm telling you, without a teleprompter, this man's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, and I'm telling you, I'm still I ain't holding my breath. I still think Biden's going to back out, even though it would look bad. But I'm not debating no convicted felon. That'll be his excuse, and the media will covering for him too, probably. We'll see. I don't know. Back to heat wave real quick. He should check in to maybe just running his air conditioning unit. I don't know if he's got a heat pump, what he's got. Looking at just tying his AC unit into that solar power, getting some batteries. He don't have to buy these. Steve, he's talking about buying these big batteries, man. They're like 3 foot, 2 foot wide, maybe 5-6 feet across. They just got a bunch of little batteries in them is all it is.
Mm-hmm.
But he could look into checking buying some solar power, like 12-volt batteries, right? It would probably take about 8 of them, and they are expensive. Listen, man, you're going to pay about $400 for one battery. But to say $10,000 in batteries, maybe to run his whole house. But he could look into seriously just buying enough batteries to power up that AC unit. It's running on 220, so he's going to need a little bit of juice there.
Mm-hmm.
And he could run a separate outlet, right, straight for that AC unit. Take it off of the main that's tied into the system. Take that all out of there. Put it on a separate box. Anyway. Hey, did you see the numbers that came out when Trump was in office? There was 520,000 known gotaways that got away from the border while he was in office. And 1.8 million while Biden's been in office. See, that's more than a million.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking a million people in a couple of years here. I mean, the reason I bring it up because they just arrested these so-called vetted. They're doing a great job of vetting these people, ain't they? Steve, you know, it only takes a handful, man. I'd hate to guess on how many bad guys we got in this country that wish to do us harm, man. I just hate to even think about it. It only takes a handful.
Mm-hmm.
It only took 11 hijackers. The trains here in the United States for how long? Down in Florida, Steve. Hey, how about did you see the video of the Reds game?
Yes, yeah. He got a rude awakening, didn't he?
I was watching the game, Steve. I had no idea. They freeze the camera, you know, showing the typical angle they always show, the picture, you know, towards home plate. They didn't cut to what was going on. So when you're watching the game live, you had no idea what was going on. They didn't want to show it, man. I figured somebody got on the field or something. And there's been a little bit of chatter, you know, going around here with some of the cops and some of the civilians too, you know, here in Cincinnati. Some guys were saying, it was Cincinnati PD now, okay?
Yeah.
I guess I got to be careful on what I say here. Now, if that would have been a county guy, right? And I would have been working that night. Guess who would have went down there for that use, investigate that use of force?
Oh boy, Pappy.
Yeah, Steve, I'm telling you, if I was working that night, right, and it was a county officer, that would be me going down there. Because I had to take one, a couple months ago?
Yeah.
Had to go down to it was after the game. It was a cleanup crew. Anyway.
So is there a question? Is there a question of was it necessary to tase the guy? Is that the question?
Well, that's what some of the civilians are saying. You know, why did they tase him? I mean, come on, man. Guy runs out on the field and gets tased. He obviously wasn't trying to hurt nobody. He just went up, shook his hand, did a backflip.
Right.
So number one, he's trespassing. And he's resisting by running away from the officer. But Steve, here's the thing. Is you don't know, man. You know, somebody enters onto the field, you do not know what their intentions are. You just don't know. When I watched the video, it was obvious, kind of to me, that the dude didn't look like he meant any harm. If he was going to commit some violence, he would have done it as soon as he walked up to that player.
And it looked to me like he just shook his hand. Is that correct?
Yeah, it looked like he walked up, shook his hand, then went to do a backflip.
Like you're my favorite player or something.
Right about the time he landed. Yeah, you know, right about the time he did that backflip, the city guy tried to grab a hold of him, and he took off running. He got tased. He went down like a walrus, dude.
Yep.
So, you know, you just don't know, man, what you know, when somebody enters the field like that. Number one, they are committing a crime. And then he was resisting by running away. So, one thing that came to mind, I see that I had to reshare the post. Do you remember the Kissing Bandit back in the 80s?
Yes.
That lady with the basketball for Hooters that would run out on the field and kiss a player. Somebody was making, they didn't tase her.
Was that Morgana? Was that her name?
Steve.
Morgana, the Kissing Bandit. I think that was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was funny though. You know, there's somebody did. I don't know. Was she ever arrested? I don't know. She didn't mean no harm. It was kind of people got a kick out of it. Actually, Steve, it's my impression, understanding that if somebody entered onto the field, it was supposed to be red security. I could be wrong because I don't work the detail down there. So, that they're supposed to run out there. The guys with the wind breakers on, run out there and snatch this guy up. If he gives any problems, then obviously they would go up and cuff him. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, you see that all the time when I'm watching the games. You got no matter where the game's being played, you got officers certified, right? Mm-hmm. Whatever city they're in, standing on the field. Every time an inning is over, you see the cops up on the sideline. They'll get out about 10 feet from the stands and just kind of look around. I know the head of security down at the Reds very well. He used to work for us. Anyway, while we're talking about it, I just seen this an hour or two ago. There was another major league game somewhere today where a bunch of protesters entered the field. Did you see that?
The only one I heard of was the congressional game there in D.C.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
I thought it was another major league game. Maybe it could have been the congressional game in D.C. And then all this talk about Netanyahu coming in, and these citizens going to go make a citizen's arrest. Yeah, good luck with that.
How's that going to go over?
Yeah, you go ahead and try to do that. See, not only is Secret Service is going to be on him, but you're going to have Israeli so-called Secret Service, whatever you want to, whatever they call themselves, protecting him. So you go ahead, go try to arrest him. I don't know, Steve. That could get ugly, man. Yeah, it could get ugly. I mean, we're just waiting for something's going to happen, Steve. Yeah, we've been saying it for a couple years now. More so here since Biden got elected, and really more so in the last 6 to 9 months, man. You can just feel it. It's in the air. Something is going to happen between now and Inauguration Day, man. What it is, I don't know. Is it going to be a bunch of these illegals coming across the border? Let's get the phone call to go do something?
Mm-hmm.
Don't know. I'll say it again. Watch these red flags. They would love nothing more than something happen, and they want to blame it on white supremacy. So don't fall for some of this stuff. Wait for the facts to come out. Because that's what the media will do. They will try to turn it. If they can get away with it. We've seen them do it in the past. Hey, Hunter's still not off the hook, Steve. He's still got to answer for these possible FARA violations. Bongino was talking about that today. So he's looking at, charges from China. Gave Hunter some money. See, when you give somebody some money to lobby the United States government, you got to register as a lobbyist for a foreign agent for a foreign country. And he didn't register. Mm-hmm. He still got, and here's the thing, Steve. Everybody's saying, well, who was he lobbying? Was he lobbying the big guy, Steve? we've talked about this before in the past. Joe Biden was the vice president, not the president.
Yes.
When he made that deal with Ukraine, right? I'm getting on a plane here in about 6 hours. You got to fire that prosecutor, or you're not going to get the $1 billion. He said, well, you're not Obama. You can't make that decision. Well, call him. Son of a bitch.
They fired him.
Fired us. I'm just quoting the man.
Yeah, that's correct.
Prosecuted. So, you mean to tell me Obama didn't know about that? Biden didn't have authority to do that. He's a vice president. They don't make decisions like that. I don't care what anybody says. That goes through the president, man. Said it before, Steve, several months ago, couple of years ago even. They are trying to cover their golden calf, Obama. How much has Obama been involved in all this stuff? So we'll see what happens with this whole Hunter deal. You know, because they might try to say, well, you know, we got a conviction on the gun charge. Let's make a sweet plea deal to this other deal, this fair violation stuff. We'll see. Keep an eye out on it. Man, what a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow. Back to work Friday night. The weekend.
Okay. See, I'm sleeping all the beautiful days away.
Man, I've been getting up about 2, I guess, but going to get a little warm this weekend, it looks like, but I don't care. I'll take the heat over the cold any day. Mm-hmm. All right, brother, appreciate you taking the call. Probably yak at you tomorrow night, the last night before back to work.
Casual Friday, that's right. Okay, well, have a good night. It was Morgana, that was her name, Morgana, the Kissing Bandit. Who all remembers her? I remember. I mean, I was much younger, but she'd run out onto the baseball field or on the basketball court, give a big hug and plant a kiss, a big smooch to one of the players out there. She is now 76 years old. Actually, born on the 4th of July, born July 4th of 1947. Morgana Roberts, the entertainer who became known as Morgana the Kissing Bandit in baseball and other sports from 1969 to 99. She was also billed as Morgana the Wild One when appearing as a dancer in the 1980s. How about that? Okay, 76 years old. News break just a couple minutes away here. Grump will be checking in. What's on his mind? We shall find, I think, Russia, according to the screen up here. Talking about the Russia. Well, there you go, California. In-N-Out Burger, the most recognizable California fast food chain, has raised its menu prices because of the new minimum wage law. Of course, Governor Newsom signed the law increasing the state-mandated minimum wage at fast food joints from $16 to $20 an hour. Took effect April 1. Democrats who supported the law said it was necessary to provide workers with a living wage, but there are consequences of forcing restaurants to raise their minimum wages by 25% because employers rarely absorb the cost of increased wages. They pass the cost on to the consumer or their employees in the form of layoffs. And almost immediately after Newsom signed the law, some employers announced layoffs. Other fast food chains raised their prices and said they're going to increase automation. Earlier this year, the In-N-Out president said she didn't want to raise menu prices out of an obligation to her customers, but that's exactly what they were forced to do. April 1, we raised our prices incrementally to accompany a pay raise for all the associates working in our California restaurants. This price increase was also necessary to maintain our quality standards. Now, the starting wage for In-N-Out employees is between $22 and $23 an hour, depending on the restaurant location. But they say the price of a double meal, which includes a burger, fries, and a drink, now cost as much as $13.63 in San Francisco. Yeah, the same meal, it's about $11.44 in Los Angeles. But the Democrat-instituted minimum wage hike is directly responsible for the price increase at In-N-Out, according to an In-N-Out spokesperson confirming to KTLA. And it's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson criticized President Biden's border policies, claiming they allow dangerous illegal immigrants to enter the country. Johnson addressed reporters Wednesday following reports that 8 men with potential ties to ISIS are in custody after crossing the southern border. He expressed concerns about possible terrorist cells within the U.S. and urged Biden to issue more executive orders to curb the flow of illegal immigrants. The White House has not disclosed whether President Biden would commute his son Hunter Biden's sentence. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre declined to comment on whether the president would consider this, though she did reference his earlier statements indicating he would not pardon his son. Imperial Beach in San Diego has been identified as the most polluted beach in the nation. A new study by the Surfrider Foundation, which analyzed over 9,000 samples from 567 sites, found that Imperial Beach had the highest levels of unsafe bacteria in the water. John Schaefer, USA News.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com. Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hello to Jeffrey in Florida checking in. Good to have you on board. Coming up, we'll break down for you. They say excitement is mounting for the first ever return of samples from the far side of the moon. This is a Chinese mission that's nearing its departure from lunar orbit, after which it will deliver a motherload of moon materials back to Earth. Like I said, more on that coming up here. First, let me get to the Grump checking in here. What's happening, Grump?
Oh, just another night out here. I usually don't work nights, but they didn't get my trailer loaded today, so I had to mess with it tonight here. But, I was listening to that, that flotilla, pulling into Havana, port of Havana. And, I don't know what the hell's going on in this country anymore, or especially with Biden and his woke military, who I would not be a part of right now. If I was still in, I would have got out. But, Steve, did you see that idiot on that Juneteenth thing? He stood there like, looked like a damn fool standing there, like he was just this statuette of an old man, the way his hands were and everything, and he just standing there, that stupid look on his face like he was in La La Land, had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on.
Oh, is that the one where Kamala was standing, where everybody else was kind of clapping their hands and kind of dancing to the music? Yeah, okay. Stuff. And he was, he didn't move.
And they had that freak, that black dude in the dress, and the 5 o'clock shadow and all that, thinking he's a transvestite or something. I don't know, but man, I'll tell you, this guy. It's just scary. I mean, it literally is scary knowing that, you wouldn't get on a plane or anything like that, or I wouldn't even, allow somebody like that to drive a truck that was standing there looking that stupid. Like they're just absolutely lost in the world and don't have a damn clue about who they are or what they're doing or anything else. But he's running this country. He's the commander-in-chief. Really? I mean, there's nothing about him that transmits a, kind of a scary look that other countries would say, hey, we're going to stay away from, United States. Since this moron's come into office, we've lost ships, number one. Our military's down 47,000 just in our combat troops. And then, they can always find other ways to spend that money besides building our security in this country. What the hell is wrong with these people? I don't understand the progressive stance anymore in the Democrat Party. It just seems like these people just have absolutely no use for this country. They're just that it's nothing more than a vehicle anymore for them to stand up and run their damn mouths about how much they hate everything. And I don't know, and I don't write this miserable old coot off. I would think that no, he's not going to follow up on his running. But the way I see it is, and I've always said it, is that he's probably going to lose. I don't think for a second that he's going to step down. Not one damn second do I believe he's going to step down. I think if he loses the presidency, Trump gets reelected, then right before he leaves office, he'll probably step down for health reasons. They'll go ahead and give Kamala or whatever the hell her name is, Homala, the oath of office, so that they can say, well, hell, we got to, she's the first woman president in the United States, and who did it? We did. They're running on abortion and some of the stupidest stuff I've ever seen in my life, and the most misinformation that I've ever seen. Did you see, they had a little thing on the news there I forget, it might have been on Fox there, where they was talking about, Chris Cuomo was talking about Joe Rogan, when he was using hydroxychloroquine. They were laughing at him and that goofy John Lemon or Don Lemon or whatever the hell his name is, that black, the gay guy. Mm-hmm. They were laughing about him, saying he's using worm, dewormer and all this other stuff. And some guy called him out on it. They're having a kind of a discussion. He called him out on it, and then of course Cuomo. I never said that. So they played it back, and of course it shut his mouth up, and everything's taken out of context whenever a Democrat says something, and you look at it and say, no, we're taking it just as you said it. No, you took it out of context. I didn't mean it like that. And I've never seen a more wishy-washy bunch, but you got to look at the Republicans too. That they're a bunch of mamby-pamby dumbasses that would, screw up a one-car funeral. They cannot get along for any reason. It's like somebody needs to put some big boy pants on and step up to them and say, all right, all you little groups, you got the Freedom Caucus, you got the, this over here, and you got that over there. Shut the hell up. We're all going to be one damn voice from now on. But I don't know, man. I tell you, it's things that just, I look at this Russia, down here and everything, Russia floating into Havana, and it's, you just kind of wonder why not. I mean, why the hell wouldn't any country take advantage of the situation that they're offered right now by the United States? I mean, we have the weakest president we've ever had in history. The guy don't know if he's pitching or catching. He's that damn far out in left field, and it's just scary. I mean, hell, would you get on a plane if you knew a pilot looked like that? Would stand in there, like a goofball, like he's just totally, hey, look at the shiny object over here, this kind of thing, and I wouldn't get in a taxi cab with a driver that looked like that. I'm serious. But he's got the football, he's got the keys to the White House. He's running this country. He's running our military, and the guy couldn't find his ass in both hands. That's just how bad Joe Biden is. I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, Steve, it's we're running out of options for political people. I mean, seriously, you look at Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer and all of them's been in there for eons. They what good do they do anymore other than just kind of take up space? What's their purpose? I don't understand their damn purpose when they kind of go against the grain on everything. It's used to be you would think your politicians would get into office to do something for the American people, and they refuse, number one, to stop insider trading. They refuse that. They've ran bill after bill after bill through the House. It's nope, we're not going to do it. Hey, that's our bread and butter. You know, if they got rid of the retirement fund that these people have, they got rid of all the slush funds they have, they got rid of every damn thing under the sun. You know, if they only meet for 45 days a year, literally, I mean, that's about what it is, you know, maybe a little more than that, for passing bills and laws and things like that, then why in the hell don't they have another job? You know, why are we paying these people $200,000 a damn year, and after, you know, their second, I think in the House, they got to be at 3 terms, which is 6 years, before they can start qualifying for their pension fund, you know, their pension, that they can start drawing. It's progressive, but you know what I'm saying? Like, hell, look at John McCain. He was one of the highest paid people. You know, he's getting his military pension. He was getting his pension for being a senator, plus he was getting his pay for being a senator. You know, he went on ahead and took his full pension, you know, at his age. So he was sucking in. Joe Biden, look, here's another one, you know. He's getting, you know, his vice president's pay, you know, the retirement for that. He's getting his retirement from the Senate. He's getting his presidential pay. All these damn goodies. I've never seen anything in my life where we're paying these people so damn much out of our pockets, and then we get nothing out of it. I mean, absolutely nothing except a layer after layer of bureaucracy and damn regulations. And it just, you know, I've just about had enough of it. You know, it just, what the hell do you do? You know, and you know, I'll tell you something. We got a Mexican family that lives across the street from us. No English. You know, what they do speak is just broken. And I've always kind of thought that they were illegal. Well, that was kind of confirmed yesterday when they had some little fat kid living over there. He moved in with them, and you know, he looked like he was about 20, 21 years old, and he was out trying to mow the yard. Well, I was out on my lawnmower. You know, I was out on a John Deere. I got a little John Deere 0 turn. I was out there, mowing the yard with it. And he's trying to push mow with an old mower. Well, he come over at the house and he's pointing at my mower and pointing at his yard and stuff like this. And the best I could gather was he wanted to borrow my mower, which I'm not loaning him my damn mower. And finally I said, just get the hell back across the street, dude. I said, we've had about enough of you people. And they'll park in your driveway, literally. If somebody's parked in theirs, they got family or somebody, or people's comes over to their house, they'll just pull up in anybody's damn drive. They don't care. I've had to, I pushed their pickup truck out of the way once with my big truck, because he parked it out there. But here, yesterday, they had INS shows up, hauls that little fat kid out. So, he had tattoos all over him, anyway. I mean, all over his neck and, up the side of his face and stuff. So, he looked like a damn thug. And, he, they hauled him out. But the other ones, they got to stay. So I don't know what the hell's going on with them. But, when one of the cops was coming around, and I was talking to him, I said, are these people illegally here or what? They said, well, yeah, but they do have work papers and all this other stuff, right now, because they're under they do have a court date for their immigration hearing. Mm-hmm. So he said they're allowed to work. So they're working, the guy's working construction, and I've never seen illegally, people that's here illegal. She drives a Lincoln. It's one of those, I don't know. It's a car. I can't remember the what it is, but it's about a 2002. It's a relatively new one. And this guy's got a big damn dually pickup truck that I know's $65,000. The man that lives there, and he, it's his pickup. But I was like, my God, how in the hell, I'd be hard pressed to afford any of that. And I work every day in here illegally. How in the hell can they do this? Well, number one, the guy that owns that house, he turned it over to HUD, and he said he's charging about $1,000 a month for rent. But their rent's paid by good old American taxpayers, so they're pretty much living there for nothing. It just blows my mind how this happens to people that comes into this country, they roll out the welcome mat, but for people already here, old people and, trying to get drugs and medicines and things like that just to live off of, they can't get a damn thing from this, from this wretched bunch in the White House. I don't know, man. I tell you, this damn country, Steve, is unrecognizable anymore. It really is. You just always think, I'm gonna wake up one of these days and, the tornado is going to set our house back where it needs to be, and and we're going to wake up and the Congress and the Senate's going to be doing something for the American people, and we ain't going to have to worry about fighting a damn war somewhere that we have, or a proxy war like we're doing right now in Ukraine. Why wouldn't Russia get pissed off when you authorize when you give a country weapon systems and then authorize them to use them within that country? Hell, if they did it against us, we'd swear them down. Hey, that's a declaration of war. We're going to fight your ass now. I tell you, I'm sick of warmongers, the people, the Lindsey Grahams and people like that, that just won't shut up, always beating the damn war drum. That's the only way in the world that idiot can feel like he's relevant in anything but yet he was a lawyer, in the Air Force, and I never saw him anywhere where I was at. Hell, I was all over overseas, and all over Iraq. I never saw him one time over there, so I don't know what, what he's standing up thinking he's some kind of an authority on wars or anything like that. But I don't know, man. I tell you, it's just we look at it, Steve, and we're thinking, what the hell's going on in this country? I mean, we're giving this industry right here away, mile by mile. It's hell. You could get 10 people in a truck stop right now, and 2 of us would probably be the only ones speaking English. Everybody else is just, it's just a shot in the dark on whether you can understand them or not. And it's just, it's just a scary thought, man. I ain't kidding you. When you look at the interstate commerce and what it takes to keep a nation alive, but yet we have 46 to 48% of the trucks that are on the road right now are from immigrant drivers, preferably from, Middle East or in that area. Mm-hmm. And then you got all these damn blue states right now that are doing the motor voter laws, and they're wanting these immigrant drivers to fill the voids of truck drivers. So hey, this is an industry where we need drivers on the road. Well, I see a lot of damn trucks sitting in truck stops right now. We don't need any more drivers on the roads. We got plenty of damn drivers on the roads. They just keep bringing them in here. It's like, damn. When's it going to stop? It just blows your mind that at one point in time we had, everything was made in America. That used to be a stance, and then now it's kiss everybody's butt that's coming to this country and give them whatever we want to give them or whatever they want for nothing, and let's just suck it up and be glad about it. Yeah. I mean, you talked about that debate that's coming up. Hell, just expose Biden for exactly what Biden is. Trump ought to be very good at that, but Trump will get in there, he'll get frustrated, he'll start, digging in the dirt about some stupid something, instead of just taking his time, keeping his mouth shut, and then when it's his time, just annihilate Joe on all the facts that has happened over the years. But Donald kind of gets to blowing his own horn and cutting in, and I think that's one reason why they said they wanted to cut the mic.
They'll have the people.
Yep. What are they going to do it to Joe? I doubt it. It wouldn't take much to destroy Joe Biden, his record. If Donald, if he's on his game and he's calmed down and he's, goes in there, he's with the idea that that's exactly what he's going to do, then it should be a sellout. I mean, it just should be a knockout fight right there. Biden is, I don't think he's mentally competent enough to, it's going to take him all week to learn what he already should know. They said he's going to be in Camp David for this whole damn week when he should you know, you should be able to ask that man anything about his economy, or about the size of the military, about anything at all, and he should be able to answer it. But no, it's going to take him all damn week to set up at Camp David and you know, study the books and all of this other stuff. You know, if he's so sure that Donald Trump is going to wreck democracy, then he should be able to just go in there and prove his point without a shadow of a doubt. But yet, no, let's prepare him for a week. Let's juice him up on whatever we can find. Get what we can out of the old man in that hour-and-a-half debate or 2-hour debate, whatever it is, and then, you know, let him go ahead and pass out like he normally does, or crap his pants. You know, it's ridiculous. I don't know, man. I tell you, Steve, it just blows your mind. You know, you sit there going, where the hell? What is this? The best that we can do? You know, this fool that we have in office right now. I keep looking for somebody to, you know, be hunkered down behind him with his arm up his ass, moving his mouth like a puppet. You know, saying, hey, this is, you know, it's really Barack or somebody, you know, gonna, you know, pull a mask off or somebody and say, no, it's Joe. But man, I don't know. It's just getting crazy, and you know, one of these days, I just hope we go back to the way it was. You know, where people comes here with a dream and they want to build their own business and they want to do it the right way, and instead of a bunch of jackasses flooding across the border, going, "Where's my 40 acres and a mule? I'm here. Yep. You got to keep me.
My free health care, my free food, my free lodging, my free. All right, there's the Grumps rant for the day here on a Thursday. Quickly, China's mission, the Chang'e 6 mission, is nearing the departure from lunar orbit. Then it returns to the Earth with a mother load of moon material from the far side of the moon. Earlier this month, more than 200 Chinese scientists from 31 universities and research institutes gathered in Beijing at the Institute of Geology and Geophysics, participating in the Chang'e 6 Landing Area Geological Background Seminar. James Head, a leading lunar expert at Brown University, described the event in a posting which says this seminar/workshop was designed to highlight the geological setting of the sample return landing site in the Apollo Basin and the types of scientific problems that can potentially be addressed by analysis of the Chang'e 6 return samples. Both of these themes designed to assist scientists in preparing proposals for analysis of those samples. The Chang'e 6 multi-component craft launched from southern China back on May the 3rd. The lander then ascended safely, touching down on the South Pole, the SPA Basin, on the far side of the moon on the 1st of June, where it had to gather samples on that day and the next. The Ascender segment then launched from the lunar surface with that precious cargo on June 3rd, then reunited with the orbiter on June 5. Those samples continue to orbit the moon in the Chang'e 6 return module, awaiting the time to initiate that return journey back to Earth. So the return capsule with the lunar collectibles will parachute into a pre-picked landing zone in North China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. That re-entry is expected to take place on June the 25th, according to the sources involved. Upon touchdown, it will wrap up its 53-day space mission. They say European ground stations will be providing support to Chang'e 6, according to the European Space Agency. Shortly after the May 3rd launch, for example, the station in French Guiana tracked the spacecraft for several hours to confirm its orbit. On about June 25th, the European Space Agency will catch signals from the return module via their station that's located in Spain. So a multinational effort, but all right, we got our final hour coming up here. First, a quick timeout news break, as a matter of fact.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is continuing his Middle East trip. The Secretary in Qatar continuing talks on a potential ceasefire for the war in Gaza. This comes after the terrorist group Hamas proposed amendments to the ceasefire proposal laid out by the United States, including a timeline for the ceasefire as well as a complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. But Blinken says the war will go on after they could not agree to some of the changes.
Hamas has proposed numerous changes to the proposal that was on the table. We discussed those changes last night with Egyptian colleagues and today with the Prime Minister. Some of the changes are workable, some are not.
8 suspected terrorists with potential ties to ISIS have been arrested in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. USA's John Schaefer has the scary details. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The 8 men, all from Tajikistan, were apprehended over the weekend. They had been under surveillance by the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and were arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. All 8 men entered the country through the southern border. Currently, they face immigration charges but have not yet been charged with any specific terror plot.
Republican lawmakers are reacting after holding a deposition against former New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo regarding his response to the COVID-19 pandemic Tuesday. New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik discusses Cuomo's testimony, saying she felt he was mostly deflecting blame and pointing fingers at others.
He also went so far as to say that his senior staff, when they suggested other members to lie on depositions, he made it a point to say suggesting to lie is not perjury. So he is complicit to obstructing justice.
This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, New hands-free Skechers Slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Family members of the 5 Marines who died in a 2022 Osprey helicopter crash are attending a hearing on Capitol Hill Wednesday. The family sued the manufacturer last month after the Marines died in a crash just west of the California border during a training exercise. The FBI is releasing a love letter and other documents in Gabby Petito's case, some 350 pages of documents including a receipt for a gun bought by her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, and journal entries of his thoughts of suicide have been made public by the FBI in the case of Gabby Petito. Petito was 22 years old when she was killed by her fiancé, 23-year-old Laundrie, in the summer of 2021 while the couple was on a road trip in Wyoming. It's going to be hard to swallow this news as we learn Joey Chestnut will not be allowed to chow down on hot dogs during a world-famous contest on July 4th. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Joey Chestnut, unofficially at 71. That would be a record here. They just threw him another one, 72 unofficial.
Well, that was on ESPN back in 2017, and this is now. 16-time hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest on July 4th out on Coney Island after he signs a deal with rival brand Impossible Foods, which sells a vegan wiener.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right. Hey, we get that final hour underway. Another day, Thursday. I've been hearing in the news, Elon Musk is not at all thrilled with Apple and their announcement that they're going to include open artificial intelligence on their products. He said he'll ban those devices from any of the companies he owns because it's a security issue. Yeah, he's one of the many out there that have been beating the drum about this rush to artificial intelligence that could lead to the demise of humanity. And Apple made the announcement Monday that new software on iPhones will have an artificial intelligence feature as it updates its voice assistant known as Siri. Siri will be able to connect to OpenAI's ChatGPT chat box. They also said they'll use their own artificial intelligence, and the connection to OpenAI is optional. CEO Tim Cook said, "We're thrilled to introduce a new chapter in Apple innovation. Apple Intelligence will transform what users can do with our products and what our products can do for our users. Our unique approach combines generative artificial intelligence with a user's personal context to deliver truly helpful intelligence. In response to that, Elon said he may ban the company's devices at Tesla, SpaceX, and X, which collectively employ more than 100,000 people. If Apple integrates OpenAI at the OS level, Apple devices will be banned at my companies. That is an unacceptable security violation, was his post on Monday. Visitors will have to check their Apple devices at the door. They will be stored in a Faraday cage, and visitors will have to check their Apple devices at the door. That was two separate posts, I guess. Now, it's patently absurd that Apple isn't smart enough to make their own AI, yet is somehow capable of ensuring that OpenAI will protect your security and privacy. Apple has no clue what's actually going on once they hand your data over to OpenAI. They're selling you down the river, he says. In another post, after noting the ChatGPT response, said it would not be okay to misgender Caitlyn Jenner to stop a nuclear apocalypse. He said, now imagine if an AI trained in this way grows in power immensely. Either stop this creepy spyware or all Apple devices will be banned from the premises of my companies. Just a series of posts that he put out via X here in recent days. Pappy mentioned the baseball game where protesters who crashed the annual congressional baseball game this past evening were seen storming the field at Nationals Park and giving the crowd the middle finger as they left. The video footage captured by Breitbart News. One pro-Palestinian protester seen being escorted out of the stands by officers, flicking the crowd off as he's leaving. Another video showed climate protesters jumping onto the field from the Democrat side and being immediately tackled by police officers on the field. As they were being tackled and held down, the crowd on the red side of the stadium could be heard chanting USA. Those protesters were seen being escorted off the field. Protesters were also seen chanting, "Free, free Palestine. Congress, Congress, you can't hide. You're funding a genocide." Before, during, and singing the national anthem. Before the game, the climate protesters were reportedly protesting outside the stadium. Signs saying, "Stop playing games with our future. End fossil fuel subsidies." Wearing T-shirts that said, "End fossil fuels," according to the ABC affiliate there. Okay. It is 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, I was waiting for Grump to bring up when he got to the puppet part there. I knew I can't remember the name of the comedian / ventriloquist there. You'll know the guy too. He's got a half dozen different puppets. He puts out a pretty good program, but he's got one old buck of a puppet there. And Steve, since day one, I've thought, is that puppet supposed to be a Biden? If you look at him, the puppet is squinting just like Biden does every time he's on stage, reading the teleprompter. He's like just doing the best he can to make that out. Well, that's what that puppet looks like too. I can't remember the name of him, but
that's Jeff. It's Jeff Dunham, the comedian. The Jeff Dunham is the I can't remember what the hell's the name of that particular puppet, but it looks just like Joe Biden.
Oh yeah. The puppet has bald hair, but it looks like Biden's, thinning white blonde hair there. But Yeah, it's a dead ringer there. Oh, shoot. You meant touch on Pappy there again. Morgana. Hey, Steve, I happen to know for a fact Pappy recently received a couple mugshots of Morgana's sisters, seniors. You said she's about 70-some years old now?
Yes.
Yeah. She has a couple sisters. If Pappy's out there, if he's maybe willing to share, it should be public property. You should be able to will and pass it on. So either way, now everybody, your listeners, Steve, probably get tired of us for addressing Bongino and such, but darn, he's got so much information that you don't hear on the public airwaves. You're never going to hear it anywhere else. And he's brought this up a few times now. Just because the polls, have Trump way out in front everywhere, don't sit back and take the casual approach and figure, everybody else will be out voting today. We don't have to go vote and such. He used for an example. Now, Ohio, did you have some special election like yesterday or a day prior?
It wasn't for my area, and I can't recall which district it was.
Well, he referenced that on yesterday's program, how, the polls had, I think it was a Republican that did win, but the polls had the winner way out in front, leading up to the election. And apparently the actual spread was not anywhere, after the vote, was not anywhere close to what, the experts have, predicted. And, we have to admit these polls, they can be pretty misleading. We've run into those in past elections and such. So no, it's not an absolute done deal there. Enough people take the casual approach come election day, it could end up being a lot closer than one could imagine, although I don't think anybody with common sense could imagine that the current regime will continue. Let's see, we've heard the potential for $60 crude. Now that, next year, that would fall into the new administration, assuming Trump is the administrator. Now, is Schumer and his henchmen, would they do what they could do to keep Trump from filling the strategic reserve?
Right.
I'm sure that's one of the first things that President Trump would pursue, especially if the price of crude gets down to that level. But yeah, I could fully see the left, provided they still are in control of the purse strings. I could see them doing what they could to avoid Trump having the glory of another success there and filling the reserve back up. So there again, time will tell, but it'll be a show. We know that. Oh, let's see what else has transpired here. Oh, there was a couple things, but I was kind of wondering. We heard it early in the program there, Steve. Inquiring minds want to know, how did the hot blonde bride of that world championship bull hauler that drives that high-speed, powerful chrome cow hauler truck, how did she get wind of him getting that $900 driving award? Was there a flash news report out there somewhere? I think he needs to explain himself there. There was a phrase back in World War II that loose lips sink ships. Well, it kind of sounds like his ship took a direct hit their way. I think we'll be waiting for a little explaining on his part. He could do that tonight yet, but so either way, that was just a little fuel for thought there. Now, I mentioned on a personal note here, I mentioned last night my bride, she's in the middle of some research here. And what started out as a sinus drainage issue, been going on for a couple of years. And she went to a specialist. Yeah, they were going to take care of it tomorrow. Well, he wanted to run a CAT scan and just to be sure. Well, then he wanted a little bit more detail because it was right on the edge of the membrane for the brain. And so he set up an MRI here last week, and well, there's a growth there. Well, so he arranged for a face-to-face with her and myself yesterday morning, and he took time. He sent the camera up in there because he still wasn't sure, but and unfortunately, he was not able to take a sample at the moment. He said he couldn't get a clean one from what he was truly after.
Mm-hmm.
So now I've never heard of this process, a PET. It's another exam that's even more in depth than an MRI. And it's so infrequently done, even by mail. The mail system, they only bring the unit to La Crosse a couple times a week. So that's the next step. But yeah, to say the bride is pretty uneasy about what's going on, Steve, is putting it mildly. I did look up before I left tonight. It says masses like that will about a 27% chance that they would be cancerous, but yeah, that's where we're sitting right now. So it'd be they'll get that sample today, I believe it was, and then she said it could take a week to process that, although they may end up sending it to Mayo and Rochester to get an extremely in-depth answer. So for all we know, there's still a whole lot of questions out there, Steve. So but given as it goes, we are family, man. Everybody out in listener land. So that I'm gonna leave it alone for now. I guess maybe by Sunday night, Monday morning, I'll know more too. So
okay.
If I know more, you'll know more. We'll leave it at that.
And we will hope for the best. So the PET, that's known as a PET scan, right? Did a quick positron emission tomography, PET scan, an imaging test that will help reveal the metabolic or biochemical function of your tissues and organs. You get essentially three-dimensional pictures of the inside of the body. The scan can show areas where cells are more active than normal and can be used to help diagnose and evaluate conditions such as cancer, neurological diseases, and cardiovascular disease. PET scan. All righty, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, to answer Scarecrow's question, yeah, there was a special election. It was for Eastern Ohio. So it's something we had nothing to do with. It's the Republican State Senator Michael Ruley won the special election, again, in Eastern Ohio for a U.S. House seat that's been vacant for months. So it expands the Republicans' narrow majority in that congressional chamber. 55-year-old Ruley defeated Democrat Michael Kripchak to fill the remainder of Bill Johnson's unexpired term. Now, the two will face off again November 5th for a full 2-year congressional term that will start in January. Ruley's victory was by roughly 10 percentage points, which was much closer than earlier Republican performances in what is Ohio's 6th district. Johnson won his last 4 elections by more than 30 percentage points. Yeah, Trump carried that district by around 30 percentage points in 2020. Now, this was a special election held in the summer. Obviously, turnout traditionally much lower. The result, though, could offer some hope for Democrats looking to be competitive this fall in Ohio and neighboring Pennsylvania. Now, Ruley said, we knew the polls were going to be close. The guy I ran against really worked hard. He's a really hard worker, but this is a blue-collar district. This is Bruce Springsteen, the forgotten man, Joe Bag of Donuts. They don't trust the Democrats and Republicans. They look at the individual, and I'm really good at retail politics, he said. So the second-term state senator from Salem, Ohio, Mahoning Valley, where he directs operations for his family's 100-year-old chain of grocery stores. Kripchak of Youngstown served in the U.S. Air Force and has done stints as an actor and in interactive telecommunications. Right? He currently works at a local restaurant. Now, he said the results have not diminished our spirit. Although historically a red district, our campaign outperformed the expectations, proving the doubters wrong. Okay, so yeah, that's one additional House seat in what is a very, very tight Republican majority there. Meanwhile, what do we got? Truckin' Phil is on board. Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. It looks like the warm-up continues. Going up to 87 Fort Wayne, 91 at Sterling Heights today. as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back again. Semper Fi. There's Truck and Phil. Who was it shared? I think Shorty shared this week. I'm not even familiar if there's a Trader Joe's in our area. I'm familiar with them. Again, I don't know if there's one around. It's the summer of Trader Joe's mini insulated tote bags, as they are flying off the shelves as quickly as they can be stocked, according to social media. Yeah, the mini cooler bags, coming in several different colors, have a 1.5-gallon capacity, and they retail for $3.99 each. Any purchase limits are set by the neighborhood store. Consider yourself fairly warned. These totes are totally destined to become the next craze, according to Trader Joe's on their website. Just be sure to pick up a tote or two while you can, because supplies are limited, and they're sure to fly off the shelves. But videos being shown on social media, I mean, people lined up going crazy to get to the damn things, and I guess they're not. Now they're showing up on like eBay for as much as like $99 or best offer. What the?
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson criticized President Biden's border policies, claiming they allow dangerous illegal immigrants to enter the country. Johnson addressed reporters Wednesday following reports that 8 men with potential ties to ISIS are in custody after crossing the southern border. He expressed concerns about possible terrorist cells within the U.S. and urged Biden to issue more executive orders to curb the flow of illegal immigrants. The White House has not disclosed whether President Biden would commute his son Hunter Biden's sentence. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre declined to comment on whether the president would consider this, though she did reference his earlier statements indicating he would not pardon his son. Imperial Beach in San Diego has been identified as the most polluted beach in the nation. A new study by the Surfrider Foundation, which analyzed over 9,000 samples from 567 sites, found that Imperial Beach had the highest levels of unsafe bacteria in the water. John Schaefer, USA News.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5600 5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
2 truck class title holders have big nights in eastern Iowa. Simon holds his third win into his home terminal, but one night would have to be enough once the weather turned gnarly in Farley. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. 300 Raceway was the site of the second NTPA edition of the Farley Nationals last Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th. Or rather the 7th, as what appeared on Thursday to be a clear sailing weather weekend turned dark and stormy Saturday morning. The already wet infield and grounds could hold no more, and the second session was deemed a washout. But Session 1 didn't lack for action, with over 120 entries across 6 divisions, including 37 in the CM Pulling Tires two-wheel drive class alone. The crowd didn't have to wait to see the winner, as defending champion Donnie Sullivan and his Big Stick Chevrolet from Warsaw, Kentucky drew the test hook and lugged the purple Ironman sled out to 311.5 feet. That mark held up through 3 dozen additional wheel standers, threatened most closely by Mason Theobald's Wicked at 307 and Chaz Fleming's In Too Deep at 305. Across the track in four-wheel drive trucks, it was another reigning champ who had all the answers. Mark Mangan from Goodhue, Minnesota went 1-2 in his own Outlaw and his daughter Anna's Bounty Hunter, both Chevrolets. They landed exactly 24 inches apart, and second place was 7 feet ahead of the bone of Tim Skelton and 2022 champion Jake Zering's Rule number 19. The Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors arrived 18 strong for their third of 8 scheduled hooks and the season's first month. The Mack Trailer team's Julia Ray continued her string of high finishes dating to late 23 with her Mack Daddy. From Beloit, Ohio, Ray wheeled her 10,000-pound, 5,000-plus horsepower John Deere 8410 to 353 feet, 3 yards better than last year's champ Brent Myers' injected funds and ahead of Braden Schrammick's Young Blood. The multi-engine modifieds followed that long class of two-wheelers, and the win went to Sweet William from Weldon, Illinois that is, and Bill Leichner by name, with his 4-engine Dirt Slinger mod hanging 27 feet on the field. Next best was the giddy-up triple of Ricky Rose and Donnie's dad Wayne Sullivan's Kentuckian in a podium that belonged to some of the class's most seasoned veterans. Rose will affix a 4th bullet to giddy-up's frame when he competes in his home pole next weekend in Hutchinson, Minnesota. The lone Farley session ended with High Torque Super Farms and Dr. Preload Super Semis. 19 of the former concluded with 2021 champion Ryan Anderson's green galvanized stairs-sponsored Checkin' Out IH-1256 from Hoopeston, Illinois, ahead of the pack at 352 feet. Dan Schulte from nearby Dyersville and Binder Express took second, while 2023 champ Greg Fries chilled in third with Deer Tracks. And the evening ended with the crowd going crazy for the hometown Simon Says team's Drivers Wanted Peterbilt in a stout field of 9 rigs. RJ won his 3rd different class in 2024. Brian Ellithorpe's Nicky's Nightmare KW was 2nd, and Pat Island's Just Passin' Through in Class Pete was 3rd. As we alluded, Hutchinson, Minnesota's Power Pole Nationals is the next stop of the tour on Friday and Saturday, June 14th and 15th at the McLeod County Fairgrounds. Check out PowerPoleNationals.com for details and tickets, and NTPAPULL.com for all the rest. Hutchinson classes include the Newfields Ag Superstock diesel tractors. Headquartered in Grand Mound, Iowa, Newfields Ag is an innovative agricultural science and technology company that provides liquid biologicals, liquid and dry seed treatments, planter box lubricants, and other crop inputs to aid in soil and plant health. Also appearing Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors, Super Stock Diesel 4x4 and Dr. Preload Super Semi trucks, and Mini and Unlimited modifieds. Plus, Region 2 action is out in full force in Paulding, Ohio on Friday and Wauseon, Ohio on Saturday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, back at it here. Let me jump to Daryl's on board. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Striker?
All doing well. Very good. Yes. How about you?
Well, my grandson came back from Florida and is staying with me a week or two, and he has helped me rescreen all the screens in the house, and I'm going to power wash my house tomorrow and paint my garage door. I'm saved up for him.
So getting some of the housework done. Well, that's a good thing. Good to have some help.
Yeah. It definitely is good to have some help. Did you get your pool ready for summer?
It's up and running, ready to go. Water is crystal clear. Yes, got it all. But it's mighty damn cold, though. These overnight lows haven't done well to warm the water up. We got a pool next door that belongs to some family, and I haven't seen anybody in that pool yet. Yep.
Text about the 4th of July, I think, anymore for people to get up enough nerve to dive in there.
I mean, it sounds like we're supposed to start
Have
finally.
you had any water?
We're supposed to start warming up this weekend, I think. So maybe the water will start to move in the right direction.
I've always said, Steve, that we have 2 weeks of July or summer that you can't hardly stand in Ohio, and we have 2 weeks of winter that you can't hardly stand.
Right.
Other than that, the temperatures are pretty normal, and you enjoy living here. But when that ice hits and the snow gets on your driveway and you have to shovel, it gets kind of aggravating. You was talking about the fellow that won that race up in eastern Ohio. That's sort of a different state up there than what we have down here in Cincinnati and Fairfield, Dayton. Remember, that's where those 8 people were murdered up there by that family.
Mm-hmm.
And they took the house trailers up to Columbus for the investigation and all that. It's just a different part of the Ohio than what we know about. I heard Grump on, and he's the guy I met down at the truck show. And
yeah.
If you meet him in person, talk to him, he don't sound anything like what he does on the radio. One of the nicest guys you ever met. And I always enjoy Scarecrow and his opinions on the worldview. He's a great guy. I would have bought tickets to see Grump push that truck out of his driveway. A big truck to be able to push another truck out of the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a psalm I want to leave with you. I say each morning as I go to work, bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits. It comes from Psalm 103. Have a great day, and hope your pool gets warm enough for the 4th of July.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Daryl. Great to hear from you there. Morning, 5-7.
Good morning. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of YouTube, and they're advertising heavily politically. And almost for 2-3 days now, it's been at least 2 or 3 per hour against Donald Trump, and it's the Democrats talking about Roe versus Wade, talking about abortion. That's all they got. That's what they're running on. There's no positive on what they're doing. There was a young couple there said that their child, the water broke, and their child died in the mother's womb, and claiming that there was no way they could legally remove this child from the mother. I'm pretty sure there's not a judge in the land that would allow the child to rot in that woman's womb and possibly threaten her life. I mean, the whole idea of abortion and not having abortion is you're taking a child's life. If the life of that child's already terminated naturally, that's a bunch of silliness coming on there.
Yep.
And they even use stuff. So, hey, listen, that's all they got. They don't have nothing. They talk to us about the positive things Joe Biden has done. I know he's rushing to the end game here, trying to get a bunch of, I did this on the border, and I've done this, and I've done that. Sorry, if you're educated, it ain't going to happen. That's for hopefully a little bit of funniness out there. 4 nuns, they decided to go on a missionary trip down in Panama City, Florida. But being young, they ended up getting caught up in the rivalry. They come back up to the priest. This old 80-year-old priest, he says, my daughters come here. We'll just have our confession here together. It's just us. And the one little nun comes up and says, Father, forgive me, but I put my right hand in a place on a man it should not have been. And it didn't even flinch, the old priest. He looks at my daughter. Go over here to the holy water, wash your hands, and say 3 Hail Marys, and it's all about forgiveness. And the next little nun comes up and says, my father, I too, but both my hands in places on a young man it shouldn't have been. He says, didn't even flinch. He says, oh, my daughter, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Go here, wash both hands in that holy water, and say 6 Hail Marys, and you'll be okay. Well, nun number 4 standing in line taps nun number 3 on the shoulder and says, can I go around you? And she goes, what for? Number 4 goes, I don't want to have to wash my mouth in the water that you just sat in. Hey, it's a great day, and there's forgiveness in the Lord Jesus Christ. So it's that's what really matters in life. And I've been trying to gear down on the news because I know it's going to get really, really crazy, but you can't get away from it. It's coming there. They're lying to us on YouTube, lying to us on the TV, and it's just can't let it get to you. And I don't know how you do it, Steve. I really appreciate it. Mike McConnell, the guy that used to come on after you, he filled in for you right there. And I think the greatest compliment you ever got is from your teammate there. And he filled in for you, and he says, I don't know how Steve Summers does it. Sit there for 5 hours and talk. So I don't know how you deal with it, because this is your job, to deal with the politics. You cannot get away from it. And just pray God gives you the strength, and that's why they're trying to attack you and pull you down in any way they can, because, listen, you're hitting it right on the mark, and they don't like to hear it. So we be comping the mail, and it's 5-7. We down. We're over. We're out. Back into the rocking chair.
There you go. Very good. Have a great morning. I'm looking at the viral video of the guy that, we were talking with Pappy earlier about the guy that ran out on the field at the Cincinnati Reds game the other night. I guess yesterday morning, he appeared in court. So after being tased, obviously, I assume they put him in cuffs. Yeah, took him down to the jail there, the Hamilton County Jail, and he's standing there next to, I guess that's his representation, his attorney, in the courtroom, and he's still got his Cincinnati Reds jersey on that he had run out on the field in. This guy says this dude will have a story to tell for sure, and he's GOAT status. for still having on the jersey that he had on when he ran on the field. Oh, yeah, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, we know he'd no harm intended. Just looking to have a good time, right? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, we were just talking to Scarecrow here a few minutes ago, talking about the polls and how undoubtedly we know the polls have been notoriously inaccurate for the last handful of presidential elections. But this one's a little different. It's not a poll. It's what they call a model, the Economist model, which says former President Donald Trump has a 2 in 3 chance of returning to the White House. President Joe Biden, meanwhile, currently has about a 1 in 3 chance to win re-election, according to the Economist model. What is that? In mid-June of 2020, this is the same model that gave Biden an 83% chance of winning the White House. Our model is updated every day, combining, I guess it's a combination of all the polls, state and national polls, along with economic indicators to predict the election results across the country, to work out the likely electoral vote totals. We run over 10,000 simulations of the election, according to The Economist. The model on Tuesday showed Trump winning 296 electoral college votes to Biden's 242. You need 270 to win the presidency. Now, just a month ago, on June 12th, the model showed that would have been May 12th, because this is June the 13th. On May the 12th, the model showed Trump with a 54 in 100 chance of winning. Biden was at 45 in 100. The Economist says the election's going to be determined by 6 states. Does this sound familiar? Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. They combine for 77 electoral votes. In the current model, Trump leads in each of those states. He's ahead by 1 point in Michigan, 2 in Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, 3 in Arizona, and 4 in Georgia. Now, Trump carried 5 of the 6 states in the 2016 election, whereas Biden won all 6 in 2020. The Economist forecast also ranked the most important states to each major party candidate. Michigan is considered most pivotal for Biden, whose chances of re-election fall to 5 in 100 if he loses the Great Lakes state. If one candidate wins Michigan, he's likely ahead in Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin follow Michigan in importance for Biden, whose overall chances fall to 7 in 100 without Pennsylvania, 9 in 100 without Wisconsin. For Trump, Pennsylvania is deemed the most important. However, the model still gives him a 21 in 100 chance of winning the election without the Keystone State. Okay, the model says the former president's chance of capturing the overall election falls to 30 in 100 without Michigan or Wisconsin. There's a lot of things to change between now and then, of course, as we know. We've seen it historically, but it's rather interesting, the Economist poll or model. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, 5-7. What I called in about was, that Biden won't want to talk about the issues, the border, the prison TB that they're carrying into the country, the measles, giving away pretty much everything to the illegal aliens, and now trying to get them. He signed some sort of executive order, intends to. They'll make them automatic citizens so they can vote. So I agree with 5-7. They're going to try to go to the old emotional issues, abortion, and now they have this transgenderism thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I was listening to a Sebastian Gorka podcast on 9:30 a.m. there out of San Antonio, same one that you're on. And he interviewed a woman, and she said a lot of these so-called transgender kids have some form of autism. Now, I can't really expand on it because I didn't really follow up on it, but she has apparently written a book called The Cult of Transgenderism. So depending on how well the Republicans do and respond to this and don't get into the, nanny thing back and forth and just stick with the facts, I think that they could pretty well turn this whole hot button issue that the Democrats have depended on for years back onto them. But, that's just my opinion. But the big thing that I'm curious about is, was that really the autism thing, if that was true? And then what kind of triggered that tonight, the city of Bloomington, Indiana, where Indiana University is, and that's the main medical college here in Indiana. I mean, they have to come up here to Indianapolis to finish their medical, to go to medical school. Mm-hmm. But it all starts at Bloomington down there. And they passed a law saying that it was going to be some sort of a sanctuary city for transgenders. And that's in violation of the law that they passed a year ago in Indiana that said doctors could not participate in gender-affirming care. So I'm not exactly sure how that will all play out here in Indiana, because Indiana has kind of some odd rules. They have something called, I think it's called home rule law, which allows some cities and localities, their law is superior to state law, and I guess federal law too. I don't know. It's kind of, it's really, I can't understand it, but I kind of got an education in that whenever I went through that one lawsuit. But anyway, the whole thing, because Bloomington, Indiana, has always been a liberal city, and that's just, I thought, well, here we go again. And there are so many other things that need to be discussed, and that's like today, you've seen where Powell said, the Federal Reserve Chairman Powell said, well, inflation's down, but we're going to keep the interest rate up anyway. That didn't make a lot of sense. And then they had some agriculture reports out today that said that soybeans were going to go down in price, but soybean oil and meal was going to go up in price. I haven't figured that one out yet either. So there's a lot of playing around with figures, and you heard those saying that figures don't lie, but liars can figure.
And right there, Vic, it's a great point to leave things off here for a Thursday morning because, we are out of time. So we'll close it out there. Look at there. When we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll be rolling into Casual Friday. Hope you'll join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.